Carrying a winning record so far, they must keep it up to remain in front. Tonight, they see the Mets for the first time in 2 months, with the division lead on the line in Game 1.
Washington Nationals baseball.
Welcome to Nationals Park. It's a cool evening. Things have gotten a little breezy here. The Mets are in town, and there's a rather confused couple. But you can't blame anybody for rooting for David Wright the way he's going right now. The Mets are 12-7 against, or 15-9 against the East. The Nats are 12-7 against the East, and that's why they're both near the top of the division right now. And, of course, the Marlins are in the mix as well. Bob and FP, a guy who said down in Vieira back in March, you watch, New York will be better than everybody thinks they will be, so kudos for that.
Well, it's just June right now, but they're playing very, very well.
All right, let's talk about the guys at the top of the Nats order. They were on base 5 times on Sunday. Lombardozzi got it started with that debut home run.
Yeah, this is not a confused couple. Lombardozzi and Harper right now at the top of the order. His .309 average would lead all rookies right now, but he's 34 plate appearances shy. And how about Bryce Harper the last 12 games? .386, 17 for 44, 3 triples, 3 home runs, 7 RBI, 8 walks, 11 runs scored. Other than that, he's done absolutely nothing. You love the hustle on the base pass. I love the fact that he took a chance for that triple yesterday. He can keep playing hard. We like watching these two young guys at the top of the order. Now the guys behind him got to pick it up a little.
Lombardozzi at home doing a great job, and Harper, look at that batting average over the last 2 weeks, and almost half of his hits are driven for doubles, triples, or home runs. Then there's Jordan Zimmerman, 3-5 with a 2.80 ERA. Certainly deserves better. Run support would be nice. He's winless at this ballpark since August of last year. We have a feeling that might be changing tonight. Brought to you by Jeep. Visit Jeep.com to learn more. Nice crowd coming down Half Street. Bunch of them are still on their way from the Navy Yard station. The Mets on the road are 12-12. The Nats at home are 16-9. As mentioned, both teams have played very well within the East. 69 degrees. It is cool tonight. Visit Train.com for an independent Train comfort specialist dealer near you. It's hard to stop a Train. And the Mets hitting .260, fifth in the league. They're fourth in runs. They don't do anything spectacular except for David Wright, who's second in the league in just about everything. But he's surrounded by a whole bunch of workman-like major league players who are all doing a good job picking each other up, helping each other out. The Mets aren't that highly rated in pitching or defense, but they just keep on getting it done. So Jordan Zimmerman's 8th career start against the Mets, 2-2 with a 3.65 ERA.
And last time out, he took the 5-3 Memorial Day loss at Miami. He allowed 4 runs on 8 hits in 6 innings. He cruised through 5 innings, if you remember. Gave up just a solo shot to Logan Morrison, and then he seemed to hit the wall in the 6th. He gave up 4 straight hits, including the 2-run shot to Giancarlo Stanton. So 2-seam fastball, 4-seam fastball, slider curve changes with the Mets will see tonight from Jordan Zimmerman.
And that first fastball just inside. We'll set the umpires for you in a moment. That's a check swing and evidently ball 2. Mark Wegner, 14-year veteran, has the plate. Wally Bell, Brian Knight, and the crew chief, Mike Winters, on the bases. So the Mets are 31-24. 1 more win than the Nats, but 2 more losses. Washington's had a couple of rainouts, and the Mets have played 3 more games. 2-1 pitch. That was a late swing by Kurt Neuenhuis, hitting .299. He's a rookie, former 3rd rounder just 4 years ago, and doing a good job for the Mets wherever they hit him, wherever they play him in the outfield.
And he's the guy that's leading rookies in batting average right now because he qualifies. Lombardozzi with .309, 34 more plate appearances, he would be leading.
And a gentle 3-hopper to the right side for Danny Espinosa.
Let's set the defense tonight for the Nats. Lombardozzi, Harper, Morse in the outfield. Desmond Zimmerman on the left side. Espinosa, LaRoche on the right side. And Jesus Flores doing the catching.
Jesus Flores turning into an Ironman of sorts behind the plate. And former Giant Andres Torres would be the hitter. He was on the DL to open the season with a strained left calf, so the Nats didn't see him in New York. Batting .225. He's a .252 career hitter in 6+ years with the Tigers, the Rangers, and the Giants. And Zimmerman quickly ahead 0-2.
Yeah, Torres was a guy early in his career who was suffering so bad from ADD it affected his game. He got diagnosed, got the proper medication, and flourished with the Giants in 2010. Was one of their heroes in their World Series run. But before that, you talk to coaches, they would give him the hit and run sign. He would get the hit and run sign, and by the time he got into the batter's box, would forget that they put it on.
Wow.
So it definitely affected the way he played the game. He got diagnosed, got the proper medication, and since then his career has taken off.
Swing and a miss. Zimmerman keeping that ball on the inner half. And for Jordan, his 45th strikeout of the year.
Check it out. Everything down in the zone. This one down and in. The slider at 88. And that's a good sign for Jordan Zimmerman. He had that pitch for 5 innings his last outing in Miami. Then all of a sudden the 6th, that pitch deserted him. So good sign early. Good slider, good fastball combo.
And here's David Wright. Batting average, on base percentage, extra base hits. Hitting .371 against right-handers. All of those categories, he's up around the top of the league. That's the best mark of any hitter, right-handed or left-handed, in the National League. And look at him just punish that first one. Looking first pitch heater. And for David Wright, his 67th hit of the year. I have not seen him locked in for an extended period like this before. I mean, he's got to be feeling pretty good.
When we talk about David Wright previous to this year, you talk to Mets people that are around him every day. Maybe the dimensions of that ballpark in New York affected his swing. And maybe not so much from a physical standpoint, but from a mental standpoint, to where you're smoking balls out into left center, right center field. They're getting caught or they're doubles. Now you change your approach and you try to hit base hits, but with the fences in, he's free and easy once again, seeing the ball big, and you see the results.
They think Citi Field cost him 9 homers last year. He hit 14, only played 102 games because he had that stress fracture in his lower back. And if you might remember, when the Nats were in New York on the first road trip, he had a little hairline fracture of his pinky?
Yep.
And we figured, oh boy, they're in trouble now. He's not going to play for a while. Since then, he's been like Ted Williams or any great right-handed batter you can think of. Unbelievable.
But I think more than the numbers themselves, It's just how it frees you up mentally to be able to do what you can do. Like I always say, you get here at 1 o'clock, you hit in the cage for a couple hours, you take early batting practice, you do everything right and square a ball up, and somebody catches it because your ballpark is big, and that wears on you. Not just in one season, but over the course of a number of seasons, it gets in your head. And you take that equation out. How many balls have we seen at Citi Field this year that would have been, you know, doubles last year, home runs this year to left field?
Yeah, and the funny thing is he's only hit 6 homers this year, but evidently it's not in his mind the way he's swinging. Zimmerman with a fastball, missing, 3-1 to Lucas Duda, who's on a 5-game hitting streak, 7 for 19 over that time. He has 9 home runs. The Mets in home runs are 12th in the league, but they're 4th in runs, so they just get base hits. Here's another number that's impressive. They're hitting over 270 on the road. Only the Texas Rangers at 289 have a road batting average higher than the Mets' 273. We'll get you updated with some game notes in a minute, and there it is. Adam LaRoche out RBIing, if you will. Some pretty good first basemen around. The Mets on the road, and both team starters getting good things done. Wright is running. Inning is over on Jordan Zimmerman's second strikeout. Steve Lombardozzi leading off, and he flashed some power on Sunday. Things about to happen. See your authorized Dodge dealer. It's a world of performance, design, fuel efficiency. Schedule a test drive or check out Dodge.com. Jesus Flores hitting safely 10 of his last 11 games at a clip of 351, 13 hits and 37 at bats. Michael Morse is 0 for 8 his first couple of games, still hunting that first hit. And Chris Young is 1 year behind Johan Santana. He had a surgery last year to repair a tear of the anterior capsule in his throwing shoulder, and that's what Santana had on the left side the year before that. This is his 2012 debut, and he goes breaking ball soft to get a strike.
Yeah, he came back in 13 months. Johan came back in 18 months. But in 4 rehab assignments with St. Lucie and Buffalo, Young went a combined 1-0 with a 2.35 ERA. That's 6 earned runs in 23 innings. He allowed 19 hits, 5 walks, 1 HR, struck out 9. Fastball, slider, curveball change.
And Lombardozzi will pop it up to center for Andres Torres.
Let's set the defense for the Mets behind Young tonight. Nieuwenhuis, Torres, Duda in the outfield. Quintanilla right on the left side. Murphy Davis on the right side, and Josh Torley catching. Quintanilla right on the left side, and I'm dyslexic all of a sudden.
Well, Murphy's made 7 errors at second. David Wright has made 5 errors at third. And the only teams in the league that have made more errors than the Mets are the Padres and the Giants. New York, 42 errors. San Diego, 44. San Francisco, 51. Bryce Harper hitting .386 over his last 12 games on 17 hits. Off speed. 1 ball, 1 strike.
I was checking out Mark Zuckerman today. Great article talking about Bryce Harper. His .380 on base percentage would rank 11th in the league had he enough plate appearances to qualify. His .542 slugging percentage would rank 11th in the league with enough appearances. And his .922 OPS, same thing, 11th in the league.
So it's going to take him till the All-Star break or beyond to get enough at bats to start qualifying for those different categories.
I'd say about 3 more weeks.
1 ball and 2 strikes to Harper, hitting .288 overall. A lot of off-speed stuff by Chris Young, who, despite his size, 6'10", 260, was never really a fireballer except for maybe the early stages of his career. He's always been a finesse guy.
And he's so tall, he's on top of you, and it seems like the ball just kind of gets on you. When he was a Padre back in the day, he'd throw 89, 91 miles an hour. The ball would kind of jump on you. And I think because of his height and the tilt on his fastball and how he hides the baseball, very deceptive. And there's something in his stride, too, that'll throw the timing off if you're hitting. It's kind of like he strides and then doesn't get there.
Harper in center for Torres. Chris Young, a baseball and basketball star when he was at Princeton, not a heralded baseball school.
Drafted by the Sacramento Kings in the NBA. But watch his stride right here. When he hits, there's a little pause between when his foot comes down and his arm comes up. And sometimes that'll throw off a hitter's timing. And back in the day before his injury, his 89-90 would appear like it was 95. Guys late in hitting counts all the time on his fastball.
Ryan Zimmerman hitting .233. He's always hit the Mets pretty well. Had him reaching for that one. And on the charge, Omar Quintanilla, who the Nats saw years ago with Colorado. 1-2-3 first. Had a nice early return on Chris Young. Be Daniel Murphy, Ike Davis, and Josh Tolley. Well, the Nats went young last night. Right-handed pitcher Lucas Giolito, 16th overall. But FP, I know he's had an injury bump in the road here and there for a young guy, but a lot of people think without that, he would have been up at the top of the table.
Yeah, Chris Klein, director of scouting, said this guy would have been a top 3 pick had his bow not been barking this year. And I don't think the Nationals are scared of elbow injuries with the success they've had with the guy on the mound right now, Steven Strasburg. A couple other guys have had the Tommy John. Not that Giolito is going to have Tommy John surgery. His elbow's just hurting a little bit, but we talk about the gamble and the risk-reward factor. Almost like the Nats finished last season, getting a top pick like that. Just a great job getting that guy.
And the line of the day comes from my partner, who says these days for a kid that age, having Tommy John surgery is like getting an oil change.
Well, I mean, they're making it with all the modern technology.
It's not that routine, but it's a lot more than it used to be.
And go figure, the Godfather picking an Italian with the first pick.
Well, nothing wrong with pedigree. Zimmerman to Murphy. Daniel Murphy hitting a quiet .301. He doesn't hit for power. 20 homers in parts of 4 years, not a single one this year. He'll bounce that one. It'll back up LaRoche, and Zimmerman over there in plenty of time. Jordan is such a good athlete. He really bounces off the mound. So a closer look at the young man from California and Nats first round picks. I mean, every one of them, with the exception of Alex Meyer, has a chance to have an impact. Of course, Aaron Crow, the Nats didn't sign him, but the compensation they got allowed them to sign Drew Storen. So it's a pretty distinguished list. Then you go down to Colton Willems. That's about the only other name that hasn't made an impact on the organization.
Giolito, 6'6", 220. He's got a 100-mile-an-hour fastball, a 12.6 curveball that goes 82 to 86 miles an hour.
How'd anybody in high school hit him? Would they do bunt with aluminum bats or something?
I don't think they did, but when you talk about this rotation and that guy's stuff, if he's healthy, he fits right in.
9-1, 78 strikeouts, and a 1 ERA for him this year. We wish him well. Hope to see him soon. Ike Davis hitting a .164, but in his career against Zimmerman, 3 for 6 with a home run.
I said last night, 2015 rotation: Giolito, Gioberg, and Zimmerlito. Some high octane right there for you in 2015.
And by that time, you might be doing the play-by-play to handle all of that.
Gio and Giolito. Go get him.
Close. Zimmerman trying to get off speed on the corner. Just missed with 87. Went breaking ball, and the count's full now. Ike Davis coming off the year last year when he hit only .302 but didn't play a whole lot. That ball was hanging a bit. Espinosa to his left. Had to reach up to grab it. Fine play by Danny. 2 outs.
And when you're hitting 164, that's how it goes. Mike Davis, pretty good at bat right there. Gets into a 3-2 count, hits the ball right on the screws. But Danny Espinosa on his toes. Good range to his left. Little slide and spin move. You're hitting 364, that's a base hit. You're hitting 164, you get robbed all the time.
Josh Tolley, the catcher, and he's hitting .290. Four for his last 8, 3 for 9 career against Zimmerman. Jordan smelling a quick inning. Ryan Zimmerman to his left, and that's a 1-2-3. 6 of the first 7 retired. Here come the middle, 4, 5, and 6 for the Nats. trying to get something going. The FCA Sideline Report brought to you by FCA.org, the Association for IT Pros. Christina.
Thanks, Bob. Adam LaRoche has faced Chris Young 20 times in his career, but when it comes to giving a scouting report to his teammates, he said, I don't really like to put a lot of things in guys' heads unless they come asking. Well, no surprise, Bryce Harper came inquiring about Chris Young, and Adam said he did talk to him about that tricky stride like you talked about, FP. It's like the ball's coming at you, and it's a split-second delayed. He said it may take some time for these hitters to get with Young's timing, and obviously, no surprise, Bryce Harper's the one coming asking about the pitcher.
That's good stuff right there.
LaRoche looking the other way against the shift, and Kirk Neuenhuis is there to grab it. 4 straight to start the game for Chris Young. Second inning presented by Luna. Call for the Luna double. Get your second room of flooring free at 877-241-LUNA. Nice crowd gathering. A lot of late arrivals on this Tuesday evening, June 5th. Feels like a late April evening here with a breeze blowing and cool temperatures. Here's Michael Morse. Now Morse hitting the ball out to shortstop quite a bit. And Michael is 0 for 9 on his return. He's had 3 strikeouts, and I think the other 5 or the other 6 have all been to the shortstop.
Well, he's got a little funky delivery going out there, Chris Young. And what I'm trying to say is when you haven't faced a guy in a while, and maybe Chris Young in everybody in the Nationals dugout's memory through 89-90, right now he's throwing 83 miles an hour. And that might be a time as a hitter to go up and look at a few and to see the velocity for yourself, not go on memory alone on what you remember him throwing like, because he's throwing much slower than he used to. Even with all the jerkiness in his motion and the funkiness in his delivery, he's throwing 83 miles an hour. And sometimes as a hitter, we used to call that BHS, below hitting speed. You got to let it get there.
Up and into Desmond, and that was a changeup. 73. The 0 for 3 career against Young.
If you go up and swing at the first pitch against Chris Young tonight, you will be out in front. Until you see how slow that really is, even though he's 6'10", it feels like he's right on top of you. You got to feel that 83 before you swing at it.
Kind of makes you look forward to the second time around the batting order already. See if the Nats can do some damage here early. Desmond will have that one slip by him, 84. I mean, this is Livan Hernandez stuff going on right now.
Yeah, if Livan Hernandez was thrown from about 56 feet, though, because you look at the stride from Young, it's darn near all the way to the grass on the mound.
3-2. That was close. Phillies have an early run at home against the Dodgers. The Braves have an early run at Miami. The Mets a half game back. The Nats and the Marlins are tied atop the East. Desmond foul tip, and it got away from Josh Tolley.
Yeah, watch Chris Young in his last rehab start in Buffalo. It was on the MLB network the other day. And who was catching him? Josh Tolley. He was down there on a rehab assignment. He went on the disabled list on May 8th with a concussion. So maybe Josh Tolley had a little bit to do with Chris Young's start tonight and telling the Mets that, hey, this guy's ready. I'm sure there was Mets people down there watching Chris Young throw the baseball. Had a nice outing that day, did pretty good, and here he is back up in New York.
Career record of 49-34, 140th start of his career. He's 3-1 with a 263 and 6 previous starts against the Nats. Desmond hits it hard to right, and it is right at Lucas Duda. 6 in a row for Chris Young to start the game. No score. Top of the 3rd on the banks of the Anacostia. strikes. Off to a good start himself. Ignite your attitude with a 5-game flex plan. Pick 4 games and get a 5th one free of charge. The whole package starts at $60. Nationals.com/flex. Some restrictions apply. Top of the third, Omar Quintanilla, Chris Young, and Kirk Neuenhuis. Quintanilla, 30 years of age. He was with the Rockies 05 to 09. A little bit of time with Texas last year for about 11 games. He's been toiling away in the minor leagues, trying to make it back to the big leagues. And then here he is, Ruben Tejada, injured at the moment for the Mets. We saw him play shortstop earlier this season.
And the Mets had their first no-hitter the other night. Well, now they have their first player whose last name begins with Q.
You found this out?
I did.
Okay. There's a lot of teams probably haven't had a guy with a Q.
The Mets are represented by 25 letters. They've never had a Q until now, and they still don't have an X.
Quintanilla is from El Paso. And that looked like a swing. He gets punched out by Mike Winters down at third. And for Jordan Zimmerman, his 3rd strikeout.
And now they have a K. Check swing by Quintanilla, and he definitely went right there. So Jordan Zimmerman with his 3rd strikeout in as many innings.
Chris Young is a 147 career hitter with a home run and 12 RBIs. He hit his home run here September 20th of 08 with San Diego against John Lannon.
I mean, that has to be the biggest strike zone in the big leagues, right? 6'10", standing up there right now.
I don't think I'm going to be saying fastball high. We'll see.
I mean, kneecaps to the letters.
By the way, John Roush, the former Nat, who stands 6'11", is not with the Mets. He has a sore elbow, so he's in New York and is not scheduled to appear in this 3-game series. They brought Miguel Batista back to shore up their bullpen. And now Zimmerman has 4 strikeouts. First time through the order. 8 of 9 retired, 4 swinging. David Wright, the only base hit. Here's the Nissan pitch track.
That's a challenge fastball, 94 miles an hour. Pretty good run on that pitch right there.
Close a great deal now on your new Nissan. Hurry, the door to your opportunity closes July 2nd. Kirk Neuenhuis, top of the order. Bounced out to Danny Espinosa, first time up. Neuenhuis from Santa Monica, went to high school in Denver, went to Azusa Pacific University, former All-American there.
He's hit 9 of his last 11 starts, 14 for 39, 359 average. Just a good-looking young player. Seen him on a bunch of highlight films this year in center field, playing left today. Really go get him in center. Good-looking athlete, got a good swing.
24 years of age. And the 0-2.
And 61% fastballs early in the game from Jordan Zimmerman.
That one had some good tail on it to the outside corner, down low.
It's a funny contrast today. The Mets are an offensive team that likes to grind out at bats. They'll get that pitch count up early. They like to work the count, but with Jordan Zimmerman, he's a strike thrower. He's going right after these guys, so that's the problem. You got guys that like to wait it out versus a guy that likes to throw strikes.
That'll be another ball by Neuenhuis, pulled to Danny Espinosa. And a good first 3 innings for Jordan Zimmerman. He'll bat behind Danny and Flores coming up. for you. So with John Roush, tallest current major leaguers, Roush at 6'11", Young an inch shorter. Jeff Neiman of Tampa Bay 6'9", currently on the DL. Guys you wouldn't want to play pickup basketball against unless you had a really quick point guard.
Well, who is the point guard? Who's the shortest guy in the big leagues? Is our buddy the second baseman from the Astros?
Oh, Jose Altuve.
It's got to be Altuve, right?
Espinosa popping a bunt. Look at it check up. He is safe. And Danny Espinosa has bunted for a base hit now in 2 consecutive games. And each time he's done it, his first at bat.
Yeah, I said that the other day. If he can do that once a week, his average will be to 270 before you know it. You do it twice a week, you'll be hitting 300. Great bunt, perfect spot. He knows he's got a big guy on the mound that probably doesn't move very well. So a bunt single for Danny Espinosa, and there goes a no-hitter.
I'd call that a clean base hit.
Absolutely.
Here's Jesus Flores, and remember, the other day when they did this, Flores was on the spot for a run and hit. And with Espinosa on the move, hit the ball right behind him in the right field. There he goes again. Pitches outside. Espinosa beats it. So the Nats get the running game going early, and for Danny, he's now 7 of 10, and he's been running the bases better lately because he's been on base more.
In 2007, Chris Young's last full season in the majors, opponents were 44 for 44 in stolen bases against him, and you knew as soon as some speed got on for the Nationals tonight, they would steal a base. And how about that? A little bunt single from Danny Espinosa, stealing second base, and now Jesus Flores has a chance for a ribby.
That one misses low, 2-0, and a good hitting pitcher on deck.
It's just a tricky situation for an 8-hole hitter. You got a runner on second, nobody out. You just don't want to move him over here with a ground ball with the pitcher coming up. So you're thinking, I'm going to drive him in the other way. Up the middle the other way. You're not going to sacrifice your at-bat to get him to third, meaning not just hit a ground ball to second, but you want to drive the baseball right here. And I wouldn't be surprised if Davey Johnson gives Flores a green light right here. But if you do have runners on first and second, nobody out, and Jordan Zimmerman get him second and third with one with a bunt.
.82. Now that is a BP fastball right there.
But you know he's gotten 4 looks right now. So he's seen the velocity. He's seen the release point at 6'10". He's got a good idea after seeing 4.
So Flores swinging the bat well. Checks in at 271 after he went 1 for 3 on Sunday. And you might remember after his early base hit, he backed up the Braves to the left field wall for a near home run later. And he hits this one in the air right side, and that'll be playable for Ike Davis. First out. PNC Bank, for the achiever in you, solutions that help you achieve your financial goals. And we check in on 22-year-old now, Yuri Perez, who just had a birthday a couple of days ago. He is running well in the Eastern League at AA Harrisburg. 450 his last 10 games, and that's had a good look at this young man during spring training. He plays a nice center field. He can really pick him up and put him down. And I think a definite major league prospect down the road.
He's ready. Call him up.
Here's Zimmerman. Homered in his last start. That's the only home run I think the Nats hit in that 3-game series at Miami.
That park couldn't hold him.
Breaking ball drops in there, 0-2. Top of the order in a moment, Steve Lombardozzi. Danny Espinosa with a bunt base hit and then stealing. The Nationals have 2 home runs and 5 RBIs from their pitchers this year. Targets away. Zimmerman trying to drop one into left field, and that ball is on the ground, and heading for third is Espinosa. He will be held by Bo Porter with 1 out, and a perfectly placed 5th base hit of the year for Jordan. So he's got a blast and a bloop.
A pretty good effort by Quintanilla right here. You got to love the fact that he's laying out almost a check swing by Jordan Zimmerman. Watch the effort, leaving his feet, and the ball kicked away just enough where I thought that Espinosa might try to score, but he had to hold to see if the ball dropped first. So a tough read for Espinosa. He's got to get off the base right here, make sure the ball drops before he advances to third base, but see it kick away right there. I don't think he had enough head of steam right there for Bo Porter to send him.
Yeah, and that's where you go until your coach puts the brakes on you, and that's what he did. Lombardozzi now, 1st and 3rd, 1 out. Looking to get the ball up in the air at least, and he takes a strike. He popped up to short center, first time up. 8 RBIs this year. Came in hitting .309 with an on-base percentage of over .370.
That's a pretty good take, because Chris Young back in the day when he was a Padre used to get a lot of swing throughs on the high fastball. Just because of his height, his release point. It looks like it's coming down, and you'd see hitter after hitter swing at balls chest high or above.
And a take on a pitch outside gets the count in his favor, 2-1. That's a very good number for a rookie. 6 of his 8 RBIs. But he pops this one up. So the Nats in this inning, 2 pop-ups. That'll be called by the left fielder, Neuenhuis. 2 outs. Well, 1 concert is in the books. There are 2 more to come. And on July 21st, after the Nats play the Braves, the Wallflowers are coming. 2nd of 3 this season. Tickets start at $10. Go to nationals.com/concerts. Some restrictions apply. It'll be up to Bryce Harper with 2 outs.
We've seen all season long how Bryce Harper makes the adjustment from his first at-bat to his second at-bat. It was so good the second time up. Yesterday was the first time up. First pitch, gone.
On a pitch up, popped up over by the dugout and into the dugout, just beyond the reach of David Wright, who is hanging over the rail.
And Chuck's telling me right now, second time versus the same pitcher, Bryce Harper's hitting .407. So you talk about a quick learning curve, taking what you saw your first time up, putting it in the computer and making adjustments. It's pretty good.
And then .414 his third time up. Are you kidding me? 19? Come on. This one drifting toward the seats on the left side and over the barrier. Strike 2. Nats have 2 hits in the inning. 23 hits not pulled this year. One-two now, target away. Harper reaches out and strokes a base hit, driving in the run on a beautiful 2-strike approach. His 13th as a big leaguer. The Nats lead 1-0.
We saw what Ian Desmond did his first time up. He let the ball get deep, went the other way, lined out to right field. And I think when you're facing a guy like Young, you got to let the ball get deep. I mean, he took that right out of Toley's glove. You talk about bat speed, just flicking it out there, not trying to do too much with 2 strikes. And what do I always say? You put the ball in play with 2 strikes, good things happen. Another great second at-bat from Bryce Harper.
35th major league hit. And here's Ryan Zimmerman, who could make it a big inning. That's a strike on the outside half.
.429, his second at-bat after that hit. Bryce Harper.
Oh, man. Zimmerman 0 for 9 on the homestand here. That ball was hanging. He bangs it out to center. Caught by Andres Torres. Ryan Zimmerman continues to hit into bad outfield luck. And the Nats are on top.
Harper with 2 outs to give him the lead. You guys thought the Dragonfly was cool yesterday? Check this out. We're going to show you Chris Young, Jordan Zimmerman, and how much closer Chris Young is to the hitter than Jordan Zimmerman.
Wow.
You see where his stride is right there, where it's landing. The release point right there, a lot closer than Jordan's right there. So when you talk about one guy throwing 94, one guy throwing 83, sometimes a little difference like that. I know it doesn't look like a lot, but when you're talking about how fast that ball is moving, release point closer to you, makes a huge difference.
Very nice.
I mean, it's no Dragonfly, but I liked it.
All this modern baseball technology just blows me away when I think about my first game in 1976.
You did not have the center field Exmo cam catching a Dragonfly flying across home plate?
We didn't even know what a pitch count was. Top of the 4th inning, and speaking of pitch counts, they're at 41. Young 29 strikes, Zimmerman 27. Nice job, guys. That's really awesome stuff. First pitch swinging. Andres Torres. Desmond on the move to throw him out.
I don't know if there's any shortstop in baseball that throws the ball harder on the run than Ian Desmond. Usually when you're on the run, you take a little bit off. Maybe Troy Tulowitzki, he's got a cannon in Colorado. But watch this, on the run, wrong foot. That's just a seed right on the money to Adam LaRoche. So usually on the run, you don't throw as hard because you don't have that base underneath you. You're on the run, your legs and arms are all over the place. But not Ian Desmond. He throws just as hard on the run as he does set.
Let's see what Zimmerman throws David Wright first pitch this time. Last time with 2 outs and the bases empty, first pitch fastball, and it was a rocket to left field.
Well, that's the whole thing David Wright's saying. Well, I hit a fastball first time. He might throw a get me over curveball right here. And then Jordan's thinking, well, he might be sitting on a curveball. Wow. But he threw one anyways.
That was nasty. That was an out pitch curveball right there.
76 with a little snap on it.
Man. Then he goes fastball away. The count's even 1-1 to David Wright, who's now hitting .364, which at the moment ties him with Melky Cabrera for the league lead. That ball's hit hard. Only time you get him is when he hits it hard at somebody. Danny Espinosa, 2 outs.
Well, he's making 6.5 outs every 10 at bats, so somebody's getting him out.
Yeah. Bases empty, 2 outs now for Lucas Duda. Struck out swinging first time. One ball, one strike. Duda coming off a .292 season last year with 50 RBIs in 100 games. And he has a base hit. Number 2 for the Mets after 9 in a row were retired by Jordan Zimmerman.
Yeah, just a slider down and into Duda. He tried to bury it on his back knee, but it kind of spun up there. He got the barrel on it, got himself a hit.
Now Daniel Murphy. Zimmerman's work rate, and I heard Johnny Holiday and Ray Knight talking about this during Nats Extra, is just great. Ray just loves the way he gets the ball. He's ready to go back to work. He's a strike thrower, constantly challenges people, and keeps everybody behind him on their toes. Mixes in the breaking ball and just misses with it there.
But it takes confidence to be able to do that. You have to be confident in your stuff. You have to be confident in your ability to throw strikes. And when you see guys working slow, the first thing I think of is they're searching out there. They're thinking too much. They're worried about their mechanics. Because just like in golf, if you're confident in your swing, you stand over the ball, you hit it. If you're not, you're thinking about everything that could go wrong instead of everything that's going to go right. And I think with Jordan, the reason he works so fast because he knows he's going to throw strikes. I just don't understand why most pitchers wouldn't do that.
2-1, hit well the other way. Zimmerman right there. Danny Espinosa handles the low throw. And here come the Nats with LaRoche, Morse, and Desmond leading 1-0. A quick start. Tall Tom and then Abe evidently marching or biking to the beat of a different drummer. Or is he? As usual in this country, the majority rules. except that those guys are on the wrong side, so Abe takes it. How about that? He always was one step ahead. The big shift is on. Adam LaRoche flied to left early in the count, his first time up. There is 70 feet of room between David Wright and the third baseline.
Now look at all this room over here. You got this going on over there.
Right back to the pitcher. Boy, Adam LaRoche has cooled off. Batting average heading down toward 270. Time for somebody in the middle of this order to make some noise. In the abbreviated 2-game series against the Marlins, the 3, 4, 5, 6 hitters for the Nats had one infield hit. So here's Michael Morse. I guess every at-bat were just one at-bat closer to his eventual explosion.
He's making adjustments on the fly right now, figuring things out. A little quick, and that's to be expected early in the season. You're amped up. You want to have an average. You want to contribute to the team. You've been sitting around for a couple of months. So what do? You get over anxious up there, and you're out front. He's hit a lot of balls to shortstop so far. And one of these times, he could let one get deep and go the other way hard.
Almost did it there. And the count's even 1-1.
He's got power to go out to all fields. We said it the other day. Last year, his home runs averaged 412.5 feet. Right now, everybody going crazy over Giancarlo Stanton in Florida. His home runs are averaging 410.
Target in. And Morse will hack it the other way. Right into the gap. Heading for the scoreboard. And Michael Morse checks in with an opposite field double.
The beast is back.
Release the Kraken.
Standing ovation from the crowd. First knock of the year. Welcome to the 2012 season. Michael Morse did just what we were talking about. Let the ball get deep. And that's when he's at his best. You make a mistake, he'll pull you for a home run. But you make a good pitch, he lets it get deep, he goes the other way. That's how he hit 300 last year, letting the ball travel, using the whole field. You can't hit 300 with 30-plus home runs pulling the baseball. You got to use the whole field, and right there he did. That's a great sign.
Ian Desmond lined out to right his first time. That was a long at bat. He got a lot of looks there. This ball blooped into center, and then getting under it plenty of time is Andres Torres, who can really move it. 2 outs. Ocean City, Maryland. This day in history. Go to OCOcean.com. Click on Summer of Thanks for special deals and discounts. And Eddie Murray, while with the Mets, passed up Mickey Mantle for the all-time RBI leadership among switch hitters. Well, you hear about great switch hitters. Frankie Frisch, Mantle, Eddie Murray, Robbie Alomar, Pete Rose. And Chipper Jones, of course, on that list now.
I would say maybe the greatest switch hitter of all, Chipper Jones.
Here's Espinoza.
And talking about Danny's base hit bunts the last couple of days, last couple of games, you can't get a bunt for a base hit if you're uptight. You have to be relaxed. You have to be loose. And I think regardless of the outcome of the rest of the at-bats, the fact that he can execute a base hit bunt. Now, if you're in your own head and you're swimming up there building condos in your head and you're uptight at the box, you can't get a bunt down. And the fact that Espinosa's done that tells me he's starting to relax a little bit, get into the flow of the season to where he's not thinking too much, he's not pressing anymore, starting to make some great plays on defense. You have to feel pretty confident about yourself as a player to be able to execute the bunts that he's done the last 2 days. I know it looks easy at home, but it isn't, because people know you have speed, they know you bunt. To get it down, to get a hit's a whole different story.
That's up and away, and the count's 2-1. So Danny has doubled his bunt hit total for the season in the last 2 games. That was a big-time rip.
He's got a couple of pitches to hit. First one foul back, that one 84 belt high. He wants that one back.
McLemore's had quite a double thing going last year. He had 36 of them. Fitting he would check in with the first base hit this year, extra bases. And a 2-2 to Danny. Off speed, 76. Espinosa gone. The Nats have stranded 3, and on 4 hits, they lead the Mets 1-0. Your iPad. Here's our Cox game summary. Danny Espinosa has scored the game's only run on Harper's RBI hit. And Jordan Zimmerman, meanwhile, very, very good so far. 52 pitches, 34 strikes, only 2 hits and 4 scoreless innings.
Yeah, and the slider's been good for Jordan tonight. A little tight one right here to Andres Torres. Lucas Duda, there's another one. He likes to go down and into lefties with it. And how about an elevator fastball to Quintanilla? Working fast, pounding the strike zone, good off speed. So far, so good for Jordan.
In Miami, Dan Uggla has hit his 9th homer of the year for the Braves, and they lead the Marlins top of the 4th, 4-0. That's the first time the Atlanta Ball Club has been to the new park in Miami. So Dan Uggla, who played all those years at the other park, feeling quite at home. And the Braves help out the Nats a bit.
Feeling quite at home, but also glad that he's playing in Atlanta and not in that ballpark every day. That place is huge.
That it is. Here's Ike Davis. Hit the ball sharply to the left of Danny Espinosa first time, and Danny did a good job of ranging over to pick it off. Davis has had some good swings against Jordan in his career. 3 for 7 with a home run. He has him 0-2, and he will stand him up and bend him back with that one. Jordan hasn't been able to get that call on the corner yet from Mark Wegner.
You know, you read the notes for the other team every day, and usually they pump their players up. In the Mets notes right now, it says, for Ike Davis, first thing, has the worst overall average among qualifiers, 164. Has the second worst home batting average of the majors, 102.
That's going to punch him out. Well, they are objective in New York, aren't they?
I guess. I mean, there's a way to massage that a little bit in your own game notes. Backdoor curveball.
It's New York.
Like I said before with Ike Davis, hit the ball hard his first time up. Espinosa made a great play, and right there, a borderline call goes the pitcher's way, and that's how it goes.
Hey, it could have said boo him the first time he comes up.
I mean, come on. Maybe put that like at the bottom and not the first thing in bold letters.
Yeah. Fastball up to Josh Tolley. Nats beat the Mets 11 of 19 last year. 2 of the first 3 this year. And the Nats could have had a 3-game sweep at Citi Field were it not for a bad call at second base. I think that was Adam LaRoche, who had stretched a single into a double. Jason Bay threw it over there. He was clearly safe, got called out, and it cost the Nats a 2 or 3 run inning. But they still took 2 out of 3 in Davy Johnson's old stomping grounds up there in Flushing. Out of play again from Josh Tully. 1 ball and 2 strikes. We'll see what the over-under is on foul balls out of play by Josh Tully here.
Look at where Lombardozzi is playing Tully. That's where you play a left-handed pitcher.
You know, he ought to be up in the 20th row. He'd have a better chance.
He's right behind Zimmerman.
Desmond! Even though he stands about 6'2", 6'3", couldn't quite get it. And Josh Tully has a base hit. Ian timed his leap perfectly. Number 8 and 9 hitters coming up.
Pretty good at bat from Tully. Battling with 2 strikes. You see Desmond showing some serious hops right there and hang time. Just hit a little bit too high, out of his reach.
I got to ask Ian if he can dunk a basketball.
Flat-footed.
That was pretty good. That's a vertical leap that would impress any Division I basketball coach. Desmond's officially listed at 6'2", 210. He really was a Sarasota High School sailor right there.
It's funny, you play with guys for years, and then all of a sudden, maybe in a rain out or after a spring training, long day of spring training, you play a pickup basketball game. You find out what great athletes you're playing with. Guys running up and down the court, dunking all over each other, and you're like, are you sure you're a baseball player? Because maybe you should have picked that other sport.
Trying to think, it might have been Kenny Lofton, who was as good a basketball player as
U of A.
Anything else he did.
Point guard.
Yeah. 0-2, back to Zimmerman, to Desmond. It's a 1-6-3, and the Nats are out of the 5th inning. That'll force the pitcher to lead off next inning, and the 2-for-1 engineered by Zimmerman. A little on the cool side, and that's okay. Tomorrow night, another 7 o'clock game. And the Nats will send Edwin Jackson out there. Lost his last start at Miami, despite going nearly 7 innings. And the Nats need to improve that 2-8 record in his first 10 starts. Jeremy Hefner, a 26-year-old right-hander, making only his 3rd career start for the Mets. Coverage begins at 6:30 Nats Extra. For those of you who might have been expecting to see Johan Santana tomorrow night, he will not pitch until Friday. They're going to push him back 2 days.
I was talking to Bob Guerin, the bench coach for the Mets today, about that no-hitter that Johan Santana threw, and they said his pitch count was high in the 4th or 5th inning. They looked at the scoreboard, saw no hits, and him and Terry Collins were saying, uh-oh, yeah, this might be a tricky situation. We get late into the game, and he still got that no-hitter going.
Tough call in this day and age. Jesus Flores fouled out first time up on a 3-1 pitch. That one spins right off the top of the barrel. Easily played. Davis to Young.
But that gets back to what kind of pitches was he throwing? You know, it was a no-hitter. Was he trying to get out of jams? Was he, you know, high-stress innings out there? Or was he just cruising along? I know he walked, what, he walked 5 guys, 6 guys?
Looked like a lot of stress the last couple of innings.
Yeah.
He was really laboring out there.
But up until then, he had the great changeup going. He had a good fastball in the inner half of the plate that was 88 to 90, making hitters aware of that. Changeup down and away. I just get frustrated when you get caught up in the number. It's not the number, it's what kind of number it was. You throw 100 pitches, were you getting out of bases loaded jams every inning? Or were you just cruising right through the baseball game?
Well, 8,020 games for that to happen. That's the equivalent of 49 and a half years of baseball. And so the Mets and their fans finally got that first no-hitter. Good for them. I think ours will happen a lot quicker than that.
Like this year?
Well, maybe. You never know.
Well, with this staff, you think about it every night. As soon as they go through the first 2 innings, I'm looking at the scoreboard every night thinking, oh, tonight might be the night.
Quit thinking that and it'll happen.
I can't help it, though, guy. I mean, a guy like Strasburg the other day, I know everybody at home was thinking, and everybody here at the ballpark was, too.
Look at Jordan Zimmerman go deep left center. That is unreachable for Andres Torres, and he is 2 for 2 tonight. And Jordan Zimmerman checks in with his second extra base hit of the year on double number 1. Jose Cuervo sponsors the Expo tonight.
Well, this was a shot for sure. To left center field, Jordan Zimmerman saying, hey, I am so sick of Gio Strauss and Edwin Jackson getting all the credit. I had a home run last time, a single and a double this time. Guys, I can hit.
He has the second most hits on the staff, 6 to Strasburg's 7. Here's Lombardozzi. The Nats have failed to cash in a couple of would-be rallies tonight. This would be an opportune time to double that lead. You don't know how long Young's going to pitch tonight. In fact, I was told today one of the reasons they brought up Miguel Batista is so that he could piggyback behind Chris Young in case he didn't pitch deep into the game, because he's a long reliever who's done some starting. So here we are in the 5th inning. There's Miguel, who pitched for the Nats and a whole bunch of other ball clubs. So he's back in the big leagues. The Nats get a couple of runs lead here and get Young out of the game. He could pitch the last 3 or 4 innings tonight for Terry Collins. 1-1 to Lombardozzi. Left field line, and that will slice out of play.
A third at-bat from Lombardozzi, 3rd time around for the Nationals. And it just looks like to me he's having trouble picking up Young. Lay down the fastball. That being said, he's seen a lot of pitches tonight. Get that foot down early, make the adjustment. He's as good as anybody at doing that.
Lombardozzi came in hitting .389 at home. And a 1-2 pitch. A little bit up and away. By the way, when he homered on Sunday, he became the 15th different National to hit a home run, and that includes 2 pitchers. That one grazed Mark Wegner on the way by. Almost took his face mask right off.
Another high fastball from Chris Young. Lombardozzi just getting a piece. Let's check it out one more time. Heads up, Mark Wagner. Wow.
Off-speed pitch and a great take by Lombardozzi. As he stands up to get the ball, Josh Tolle on the appeal, and Mike Winters said no swing. Trying to build an inning here.
Did he go? Nope, not even close.
Well hit, way foul. Lombardozzi came into this game hitting .352 from the left side. He's going to take it. And Bryce Harper will bat with 2 men aboard.
That's a great at-bat by Lombardozzi for more reasons than one. If he makes out right there and you got first base open with a right-hander on deck and Bryce Harper showing that he could handle Chris Young already, maybe a pitch around him, but now they can't. You saw what he did his second time up, base hit, RBI to left with 2 strikes, 2 outs. And those are gold, folks. 2-out RBIs.
I mean, that is a veteran at bat right there.
I think we say that pretty much every night, right?
And then Lombardozzi just had one too. This at bat could put a stamp on the rest of the evening for the Nats. Bit of a smile by Harper on that big, slow breaking ball.
I'd be surprised if he goes back to the breaking ball once again. Showed him a fastball up. A lot of times a pitcher after a high fastball throw that curveball, same release point. Try to get a swing through strike 2.
Harper ramming one foul. Look out.
And you saw him swing through the first curveball, and he's thinking right along with us up here. He swung through it, showed him a high fastball. He's thinking, he's not going to throw me that fastball again. So you talk about adjustments within an at-bat. Barreled up the second curveball, just out in front of here. Knew it was coming, sat on it, couldn't stay back. Good swing.
And a 1-2 with 2 men aboard. Ryan Zimmerman waiting.
He might try to bounce that curveball off the high fastball. He's got a pitch to play with.
And he throws him one that is unhittable. Second strikeout by Young, his biggest pitch of the night to date.
Yeah, pretty good curveball, some snap on it down low. I think Harper knew it was coming. He just couldn't stay back. A little bit out in front. You see the rotation. Josh Tolley blinking his eyes right as the ball comes in.
And coming from a guy 6'10", that's quite a vertical drop right there.
Good point.
Here's Zimmerman. Ryan hit the cover off the ball last time. Right at Andres Torres in center. That's going to be a high strike. Ryan still hunting his first base hit on this homestand. That'll be 0-2. Zimmerman, Jordan doubled with 1 out. Then Lombardozzi walked. Up the middle, base hit. Here comes Jordan Zimmerman. 1Z drives in another, and Ryan can get back to first, and Lombardozzi can get back to third. The ball hits off the screen. The Nats score another run. They lead 3-0, and Ryan Zimmerman will end up at third base. They were just daring the Mets to throw the ball around.
I talked to Ryan before the game today, and he told me he found something yesterday. So that's 2 good at-bats in a row. Lined out his last time up. RBI single this time. And just aggressive base running by everybody. You got to love this. So here's the pitch. Base hit up the middle. And that's 1 RBI. That scores Jordan. The throw was cut off, and there was nobody at first base, so you can go as far as you want as the runner. So Ryan Zimmerman was halfway to second base. Lombardozzi came down with the third baseman right there, so he can go as far as right goes. And all heck broke loose, throws everywhere. Just a great at-bat from Ryan Zimmerman. And you know what, folks? I don't know anything for sure, but I've seen enough baseball to know that Ryan's not right. He's on the DL for 17 days, came off, and I think he's chiefing it out right now, and he'll never tell anybody that he's hurting. But every single day he's going out there trying to get the job done. You see it right there, a big 2-out hit, and you see how far he goes because Davis was the cutoff man, so nobody at first base. You can go almost all the way to second if nobody's behind you. And that's where all heck broke loose. The throw went to the plate, little short hop piece, and Steve Lombardozzi put a little pressure on from third base too.
There's Miguel Batista. Yeah, that ball, it appeared to hit the top of the limestone and just deflected right up over the screen. That's why Zimmerman got third base. So it's a single for Ryan, RBI, E6 by Quintanilla, allowing Lombardozzi to score. 3-0 Nats, and a 2-out RBI sitting there for Adam LaRoche. And he'll line it right at Ike Davis. The Nats will pick up 2 runs, one of them unearned, and a 3-run lead after 5. And Chris Young will be out of the game after a wild and woolly bottom of the 5th inning. Check out Nationals game-used, autographed, and team-issued memorabilia. Available at every Nationals home game, section 112, 113. For more information, email memorabilia@nationals.com. Jordani Valdespin will pinch hit for the Mets here for Chris Young, who suddenly is done after 5 innings. '24-year-old rookie from San Pedro de Macorís of the Dominican Republic. And his first major league hit was a 3-run pinch hit home run May 7th against Jonathan Papelbon of Philadelphia. And look what he does here. Who is this guy with pinch hit home runs?
He had a pinch hit 3-run home run in the 9th inning on May 7th against Philadelphia. Now he checks in right here in the top of the 6th to put the Mets on the board.
So 2 pinch hits, both of them home runs.
This is a center cut fastball. He was all over it. Had the sound. You could tell right off the bat that was gone.
So the Mets send a message right away that we're not done. They haven't been all year. Going up hacking now, top of the order, Neuenhuis.
But if you remember last time out, the 6th inning was the inning for Jordan. Andy Ramirez led it off with a base hit. Then Mike Stanton hit a 2-run home run. Logan Morrison followed with a double. Then Chris Peterson had a single, so 4 hits in a row, and the 6 off Jordan last time against the Marlins.
That ball tapped, might have hit the plate, pretty big bounce, and Zimmerman, the very good athlete, off the mound to grab it for the first out. Mets box score pretty empty until that last swing. A base hit in the first by hot-hitting David Wright, 1 in the 4th by Duda, 1 in the 5th by Josh Thole, and then the homer by Jordany Valdespin, pinch hitting leading off the 6th. Andres Torres 0 for 2. Strikeout, first inning, grounder to short in the 4th. By the way, Jordan Zimmerman's now given up 8 home runs on the year. That ball is scorched and picked off by LaRoche. A loud second out.
Check out the reaction time right here from LaRoche. Real time. Hot smash. Little step to your right. Good play.
Even with the glove, that one's got some smoke coming off it. Here's David Wright, 1 for 2. So 75 pitches, 52 strikes for Chris Young. In 5 innings, 6 hits, 3 runs, 2 earned, a walk, 2 strikeouts. Miguel Batista will take over for him. And David Wright was stepping in the bucket, trying to get a hold of that one.
Betting fastball, got a slider.
Nats have still only given up 35 home runs this year. That's second best in the league to the 32 given up by the Marlins, including one by Dan Uggla tonight. Well, Steve McCatty knows you can give up 8 home runs, but if you give up solos, you can win a lot of games over the course of a season. Jordan seldom has anybody on when he gives one up. And that's a great breaking ball, 3-2.
Seems like it's almost better to fall behind David Wright if you're Jordan Zimmerman. 2-0 slider, 3-1 curveball. He's looking fastball. Jordan's pulling the string.
David Wright gets a hold of that one. And at the wall, this is now a 3-2 game. Zimmerman went breaking ball again. And the Mets not at all bothered about what the Nats just did in the 5th.
He tried to go 3-2 slider right here, and he threw him a cement mixer right out over the plate. David Wright all over it. So a 2-0 slider he swung through. A 3-1 curveball he swung through, but he was all over the 3-2 slider, and that just gets out of this ballpark.
David Wright, 7th of the year. Lucas Duda takes ball 1.
And if you're watching Jordan Zimmerman right now, it looks to me like he's laboring just a little bit. Fastball's up in the zone. And everything he throws is off his fastball. It's down the zone, hitting his spots. He's locked in, but right now he looks like he's a little bit up. Now tell me he's getting tired.
Cool night, 79 pitches. On a pitch up, Espinosa right in front of it. So the Mets in that inning hit 4 balls hard. 2 left the yard, and it's a 3-2 game now, middle of the 6th. It's a 3-2 ball game. Mets come storming back. This is what they've been doing all year long. They don't impress you with their numbers, but they seem to get some things done at the same time and kind of string hits together.
I think these two ball clubs are a lot alike in one sense. They hang around. When they're behind, they feel like they can come back. So this game far from over, and that's still up 3-2, but it looked like Jordan Zimmerman a little bit that inning was getting tired. His fastball was up. He threw some good pitches to David Wright. Just tried to throw a great slider, 3-2, left it out over the plate.
So time to get some more offense going. Middle of the order coming up. Michael Morse will lead off, coming off that great swing of his last time.
Yeah, anytime he's going the other way, getting his hands inside the baseball, using the whole field, that's how you hit 300. So after grounding out about 10 times this year to shortstop, Michael Morse checks in with his first hit, a double to right center field. It's a good sign.
And the Nats will be facing an old familiar face in Miguel Batista. Jordani Valdez spin takes left field now. And I didn't think they were going to take Kirk Neuenhuis out. So he's over in right field. Andres Torres stays in center for now. Miguel Batista, 13 games, 4 starts, a 1-1 record with a 3.95 ERA.
But they did take their 4-hole hitter out in Lucas Duda.
Interesting.
Guy with 9 home runs in a 1-run game. Huh.
Michael Morse, ground ball to short. Line drive, double to right center last time up.
Well, it's one thing double switching to get some innings out of your bullpen. It's another thing to take your 4-hole hitter out who's hot.
Talked to Davey Johnson about that exact thing the other day. And he said now that Morse is back in the lineup, it affects how you double switch in the second half of a game. He said, I'm not going to take Michael Morse out of a ball game on a double switch until I know I have enough runs to win a game. He said, big guy like that back in the lineup, it makes you reluctant to tinker with things too much. You don't want to cost yourself an at-bat in the 8th or 9th inning that you might need.
He just went through his lineup card and said, thank you very much. When you have a lead, you want your best defense out there. Tom Gorzelani getting loose in the Nats bullpen. But when you're behind, you want your best offense out there.
Three and 1 to Morse, a good count for him. Batista will get him right at the knees. Michael was heading for first base. That was a pretty good 3-2 pitch.
Yeah, Batista, a 4-pitch guy. Fastball, cutter, curveball, change. And this one, a fastball right here at the knees. Bottom of the strike zone, 92 miles an hour. Pretty good pitch.
That's on the Nissan pitch track. Ian Desmond, Danny Espinosa now the next 2 hitters. And a hot shot knocked down by Quintanilla at shortstop. 2 outs. Ian Desmond 0 for 3. Nationals box score. Spreading the offense around a bit tonight. RBI from Harper in the 3rd. Ryan Zimmerman in the 5th. Then the other run, Lombardozzi scored on the throwing error by the shortstop. But Jordan Zimmerman, the hitting star so far, with a base hit, a double, and a run scored. Here's Danny Espinosa. David Wright plays even with the bag about 15 feet off the third base side. I mean, Danny's looking to drive the ball here with 2 outs. But David Wright's going to play there so you don't just give the guy a hit with 2 down.
And some third basemen like to play close. They like to take the dirt out of it and play right on the edge of the grass. Especially against a lefty. A right-hander, you got to get back and get some range. Left-hander, you play up close. and get better hops.
Strike call, 0-2.
And if you're facing Miguel Batista, you want to zone him up. What does that mean? You're looking for something up in the strike zone. When he's good, he's got the two-seam fastball working down and away to lefties, down and into righties. And everything he throws starts at your knees and goes down. So you're looking for something to start about belt high, elevate him up and go get him.
Good take on the off speed, down and away, 2-2. Jesus Flores swinging a good bat if Danny can keep it alive here in the 6th. And by the way, Jordan Zimmerman, if you're thinking about the Nats pinch hitting for him, if it gets that far, he's thrown 81 pitches, 53 strikes. Off speed away. Nats go 1-2-3. We've had a momentum shift in New York. The 7th inning should be interesting. Nation's capital, top 7, 5, 6, and 7 for the Mets. How about a 5-game flex plan? Pick 4 games. Number 5 is free, starting at just $60. Nationals.com/flex, and some restrictions apply. This call to the bullpen is packaged by the UPS store. We love logistics. And Tom Gorzolani gets the call. Jordan Zimmerman done after just 81 pitches.
You see the numbers on Gorzolani, 3.51 ERA, and that's heading south. He's been great lately. Coming out of the bullpen, going right after guys. 19 strikeouts versus 9 walks, and the opponent's average has been going down too. 240 opponent's average. A 4-pitch guy, fastball, slider. He's been throwing a cutter this year to go with the change.
Looks like a 1-inning appearance for Gorzolani. He's due to bat second in the 7th. Anything to be concerned about, FP, as they take out Zimmerman after just 81 pitches with the lead?
No, I thought another good outing from Jordan Zimmerman, a lot like Miami. He was outstanding through 5 and then hit the wall in the 6th inning, and same thing kind of happened today. If you have an outing where you go 6 innings and give up 2 runs, you're going to win a lot of big league games. So, like I said, we're getting spoiled around here with what we're seeing from these guys in the starting rotation. But just a nice outing, I thought, all the way around from Jordan.
Yeah, 5 hits, 5 strikeouts, no walks. And that ball popped up right side. Adam LaRoche spots it, stays with it, and makes the grab. About 10 or 15 minutes ago, that might have been a problem, but it's just dark enough now. You can see the ball above the lights.
Now getting back to Jordan again, just a nice job of pounding the strike zone like he always does. No walks tonight. Good tempo out there, keeping his defense in the ball game. Pace of play was great. I thought the fastball slider curve combo was very good. He got ambushed by Valdeспin. And I don't know if he made a mistake on a 3-2 slider, right? But he probably wanted that a little bit more down, a little bit more away, and Wright was all over it. But all in all, a good outing.
Yeah, David Wright's not missing much of anything these days. Ike Davis has grounded out sharply and been called out on strikes. Orsolani goes 2-0.
And I think the one thing Orsolani's done, besides the obvious, is when he comes into a ball game, even with a guy like facing, even coming behind a guy like Jordan Zimmerman, the pace of play is even faster. His tempo is great out of the bullpen.
Yeah.
He gets the ball, goes right after guys. And getting back to my point about Jordan, you have to have a lot of confidence in your ability to get out there and work that fast.
That looked like a cutter, tight slider, outside corner.
A little cut
Perfectly
fastball.
located.
Excuse me, partner. A little cut fastball right there from Orsolani. Right on the black. Bam. Nailed it. Good frame.
Swing and a miss on a bigger breaking ball. Took about 8 miles an hour off of that one. No chance for the left-hander. 2 outs.
Let's check out the Expo on the slider. So the pitch before that, 89 cutter. And you see the release point. That's the dot they always talk about. See that on the backside? That's what the hitter's seeing on the front side. You pick up the rotation. You see the dot on the slider. You know it's a slider. Davis couldn't hold up.
Here's Josh Tolley. Fastball running to the inner half, gets a strike. Now the Braves have added a couple of more runs in Miami.
Check out the dot on the slider. This is what I'm talking about from the backside. Let go of it, and you see it spinning. I don't know if we're going to have enough time to check it out. You see the dot, the white spot in the middle? Maybe let it run a little bit longer. And you can see what I'm talking about. If you're a hitter, that's what you're looking for, rotation. So see, that's just the circle in the middle that's white. That's the dot guys talk about with the red seams going around it. You see that little circle? You know it's a slider. You pick up the seams, the rotation. You make the adjustments. Great shot, guys.
5-0 Atlanta over Miami now. Top of the 7th, and Tim Hudson is spinning a 4-hitter so far.
I was proud of myself right there. I didn't go for any insects in the replay. Stayed with the baseball.
And a swing and a miss in a great 7th inning for Tom Orsolani. Nats could be pinch hitting for him shortly. Bullpen set up in a 3-2 game. W.B. Mason. Who but W.B. Mason? On to the bottom of the 7th. Flores, the pitcher spot, then Lombardozzi. Here's our Cox game summary. check out your iPad. You can enjoy a new way to watch TV with Cox TV Connect on that device. David Wright, another big night, 2 for 3. That guy's batting up around 366 or 67 now. Jordan Zimmerman stands for a possible win, and Ryan Zimmerman gets his first hit of this homestand to drive in a run.
Yeah, story of the night tonight's been 2 out RBIs. Bryce Harper in the 3rd and Ryan Zimmerman in the 5th. Right back up the middle, and this is where it starts to go south. Ike Davis over. He cuts it off. Throws it to Quintanilla. He's about to launch a grenade to home plate. Heads up. And that allows Steve Lombardozzi to score right there. I think the key to that play, looking back on it, was Daniel Murphy. He's playing second base. If he goes to first base, and that's where he's supposed to go in that play, so that when the first baseman comes into the middle of the infield and cuts the ball off, the runner can't advance to second if the second baseman peels back and is standing on second base, and he just stood around and watched that play. If he's on second, that play doesn't happen. I mean, if he's on first, that play doesn't happen, and that's the last time I'm going to try to explain that thing.
Well, the Nats got a run, and that's the difference in the game right now. That throw by Quintanilla. Rick Ankiel scheduled to bat after Jesus Flores here, bottom 7. So it looks like Sean Burnett for the 8th, and then Tyler Clippard for the 9th. If that ball didn't get Flores, it barely missed. First time the Mets have been here this year, and it's a good crowd tonight. We'll update you on that in a moment. 2-0 to Jesus, who once belonged to the Mets. He was considered their top minor league catching prospect when the Nats stole him away in the Rule 5 draft, December 7th of 06. And he had just finished a season at Port St. Lucie. They actually called the ball club St. Lucie. He had hit .266 with 21 home runs.
Maybe he didn't get
so he's aboard
very well with Miguel Batista when they played together.
For every Nationals walk, pardon me, partner, this season, the folks at Care First Blue Cross Blue Shield contribute $50 to the Boys and Girls Club of Greater Washington, D.C. $8,650. Take that first step towards a healthier, more active lifestyle. Take a walk. So here's Rick Ankiel. As a pinch hitter, 2 for 7 with 2 RBIs. But he bunts it in the air. It lands. David Wright still makes the play. The ball hit the mound and went sideways right toward David Wright. 5-6 on an unusual fielder's choice.
The ball is carrying to center field tonight. Rick Ankiel with a bunt, a little bit firm, you might say, right here. David Wright heads up. You know, I went to second base. It's a smart play. He knew that Jesus Flores had to hold at first base because that ball was bunted in the air. He knows the runner has to hold. He can't advance with so much airtime under a bunt, so he knew he had to play at second base. Smart play. Heads up.
Lombardozzi now 0 for 2 with a walk and a run scored.
All of a sudden, Miguel Batista all over the place. A couple of fastballs up and into Jesus Flores. A ball in the dirt right there, and the pitch Rick Ankiel bunted was up too.
We've seen certain relievers over the years who have a hard time coming out for that second inning. That is a short, quick swing. Lombardozzi thinking about left field there. And this one will be flied short right field. Late start, but Neuenhuis on the run, 2 outs. Tim Burdick, the lefty. Elvin Ramirez, the right-hander for the Mets. Well, they're a little short out there. They got Batista today, but they designated for assignment right-hander Jack Egbert. Ramon Ramirez went on the DL with a hamstring pull, and John Roush is back in New York, not on the DL, but a sore elbow.
It's a good matchup for Bryce Harper right here.
Well, good speed at first, and a 2-hopper out to the shortstop. The Nats are gone in the 7th. It's up to the bullpen now. Sean Burnett on the way. Trying to protect a 3-2 lead in more ways than one. For starting lineups, in-game updates, and Nats team coverage you can't afford to miss. Sign up for Mass and mobile alerts by texting Nationals to 29292. Rick Ankiel stays into play center. Steve Lombardozzi out of the game. So Michael Morse goes from right to left to replace him, and Bryce Harper moves center to right. Call to the bullpen brought to you by Chevrolet and their award-winning cars, trucks, and crossovers. Sean Burnett gets the call, and why not get an 0.54 ERA in there?
You see the numbers on Sean Burnett. 0.54 ERA, 20 strikeouts versus just 6 walks, 12 hits, and 16 2/3. And check out the opponent's average. 3-pitch guy, fastball, slider, change, and they've all been good.
Omar Quintanilla leads off, and a first pitch 89 just misses. Oh, hold on, it's Vinny Rottino batting for Quintanilla. Vinny Rottino hitting .307 at Buffalo when they called him up. He was on the Mets roster early April, recalled May 21st. 194 career hitter coming into the season, parts of 4 years with Milwaukee and Florida. And Vinny Rottino is from Jordan Zimmerman's neighborhood, Racine, Wisconsin. 2 balls, 1 strike. This one heading to the right field line and then into foul ground, and it's actually caught by Harper as a fair ball. That thing didn't have as much slice on it at the end as it first appeared.
I think Bryce Harper was running for this ball thinking, I'm going to slide into the wall and make one of those sliding catches as I crash in the wall. You see him checking out the wall, a little peek right there, and then he says, whoa, that ball's coming back, and he almost overran it.
That's some unusual action off the bat of a right-hander there.
Not a lot of wind up there. I'm looking at the flags right now, so I don't think the wind brought that ball back. I think Bryce just thought it was going to be foul, as did we from where we're sitting. Came back a little bit, almost overran it. Nice adjustment.
Down to the number 9 spot, Jordani Valdespin, who hit the pinch hit home run last time up off Jordan Zimmerman to get that 6th inning off to a tough start.
So you hit a home run your first time up. What do you do your second time? Show bunt. The guy can run. He's trying to get on base in a 1-run game, but I'm sure his manager, Terry Collins, left him in there because he liked that first swing. And how about that one?
Yeah, this one's heading for the wall. And he can fly. Harper gets it back in quickly. Tying runs at second base with 1 out in the 8th.
Have a night off the bench. Home run, double. Thanks for putting me in.
He signed with the Mets at the age of 19, 5 years ago, out of the Dominican, and never saw the major leagues until this year.
You might never see the minor leagues after the night he's having tonight. Got a slider from Burnett. Doing the salute back to the dugout. I see you.
Well, I think it's pretty obvious how Terry Collins is winning some ball games here. He's just flooding his bench in whenever he gets a matchup he wants, and now it's Scott Hairston for Neuenhuis. Craig Stammen working for the Nats, and that's Davey Johnson to the mound. So he appears poised for a righty-righty matchup. Burnett will be done after a third of an inning, giving up 1 hit, and a lot of wheels are turning between the Mets and the Nets. Masson brought to you by Dodge. Go to Dodge.com or visit your local Dodge dealer tomorrow. And by Verizon Fios. Welcome to America's fastest, most consistent, most reliable internet. Welcome to life on Fios. To all Tom Jefferson on a beautiful evening on the 5th of June. And quite a ball game this one has turned into. Nats led 3-0. Nets are trying to battle all the way back. And here's Hairston against Craig Stammen.
A 3-0 record, 1.52 ERA in 21 games. 31 strikeouts in 29 innings versus just 7 walks. The command's been good. The slider's been great. You see the average against right there. So a 3-4 pitch guy. Fastball, slider, curveball, change. And you want to know why Davey Johnson brought him in? Hairston's hitting .350 versus left-handers and just .162 versus right-handers.
First matchup ever between these two.
I think if you ask Davey Johnson, he's got this game exactly the way he wants it. A 1-run lead, 8th inning. His bullpen is stacked with right-handers, and there's no left-handers on Terry Collins' bench. And on top of that, the left-hander probably with the most pop on the ball club, Lucas Duda, is out of this game. And he's scheduled to come up 3 hitters from now.
Yeah, he'd be in the hole. Actually, you're right, 3 hitters from now. David Wright in the hole.
And there's the numbers I was talking about. And he's been so good for these guys off the bench. Clutch home run after clutch home run. Done a great job all season long of pinch hitting, especially against left-handers.
Big breaking ball, a swing and a miss.
Now there's the slider we're talking about, the disappearing slider. Now you see it, now you don't. Not a lot of tilt to it, straight down, 84 miles an hour. Good pitch. He usually bounces one after he throws one first strike.
There it is. And you have to have a catcher like Jesus Flores you can trust.
Well, he knows that too. If we know it up here, Jesus Flores knows that he's throwing that one intentionally for a ball, trying to get the hitter to fish. As a catcher, you know it's coming. You're ready to block it. I don't think anybody does it better than Jesus Flores. Blocking balls, staying soft, keeping them right in front.
How close is that?
How close is that? How do you take that? Great take by Scott Hairston. I don't know if it just locked him up or he recognized it was going to be low. You saw the guy right behind home plate. He knew it was low in the Mets jersey.
He was happy it was low. He had no idea it was going to be called like that.
That was fun.
How does that guy get a first row seat? 3-2 with 1 out. And Hairston just did foul it back.
A lot of sliders right now from Stammen, and that's his out pitch, but he throws 91, 92. He's got good sink on the fastball. And I know you don't want to flirt with the inner half of the plate this late and this close of a game, but I think right now if he throws that 2-seam fastball, he might get Hairston. That good one with run on the inner half might break a bat.
Exactly what he tried, and Hairston able to foul it away.
I think he wanted that a little bit more away, but you check out the 2-seam run, and it came all the way back on the inner half. You saw where Jesus Flores was set up on the outer half of the plate. The ball ran back to the inner half, almost for a ball. It's a good battle going on.
Looked like a front door breaking ball that stayed up and in, nearly hit the batter. And now the Mets have the lead run on. And now, barring a double play, you face David Wright in this inning.
Well, that's a tough guy to double up. Andres Torres can fly. Good speed on second, great arm in center, great arm in right. I'd normally say good arm in left, but we haven't seen Michael Morse throw yet.
That one delivered in there at 92, and the count's even 1-1. There is trouble brewing. that is trouble. This game is tied, and now the Mets look like they're going to take the lead. Torres lashing one out to the deepest part of the ballpark. The throw home airmailed. It's 4-3 New York, and the hitter ends up at third base.
And just a clutch hit from Andres Torres. He lined out to Adam LaRoche's last time up, a seed to first base. And he follows it up with a triple in the right center field gap. He took a 1-0 fastball right down the middle. He said, if I get that again, I'm all over it. He got the same pitch in the same spot, and he was. And I think if Danny Espinosa had to do that over again, the play was at third base because Torres stopped halfway, and he had a chance at third.
That run charged, the first run charged to Sean Burnett. Second run charged to Craig Stammen. You got to walk David Wright here. I mean, you make a mistake, it's 6-3.
And that's because Lucas Duda's not on deck.
So Josh Satin will be the hitter for the Mets. For the pitcher, Batista. He came out against his former team and spun 2 scoreless innings. So here comes Satin, and then Mike Nikias, their backup catcher, all that's left. Josh Satin, 27-year-old infielder. Michael Gonzalez for the Nats.
Well, he's hunting a ground ball right here. First pitch slider for a strike. Looking for that two-seam fastball down the zone to turn 2 and keep it right there.
We'll call him Josh Satin. No balls and 1 strike. First at bat since his recall.
And there's the good two-seam fastball from Stammen, down and in. Good late movement under the hands. That's a pitch he wants to throw for a double play ball right here.
First and third, 1 out. Pretty close to take, ball 1.
We talked to the Mets people before the game. This is what they've been doing all season long. You watch them play. We talked about it during the break. Hang around, hang around, hang around. And it's a different guy every single night for Terry Collins.
Yeah, and a pinch hit home run turned this night around for them. Nats had all the momentum, leading 3-0. And a swing and a miss on that breaking pitch. Second out of the inning. Took a while. And we'll see if Davey goes lefty-lefty on Murphy, and he will.
Yeah, good pitch right here from Stammen. Slider down. Out of the zone. That's the good one.
So a couple of walks, one intentional by Craig Stammen, a huge 2-run double by Andres Torres. And it'll be Michael Gonzalez coming in against the left-hander Daniel Murphy in now a 4-3 game. The Washington area Toyota dealers helping children receiving medical treatment with their families at the National Institutes of Health. Children's in at NIH, $37 for every strikeout by a Nationals pitcher this season. 8 Ks tonight. Lefty-lefty matchup now. Michael Gonzalez in his second appearance for the Nats since reporting to the ball club on Sunday.
Yeah, 3-pitch guy, fastball, slider, change. And a fastball in the low 90s. Slider hasn't thrown it that much. I'll go in the low 80s. Same with the change.
Daniel Murphy 0 for 3. Couple of bouncing balls, a pop-up on the infield. And a chopper to Adam LaRoche, who can stroll over to the bag and put an end to a painful top of the 8th. Mets take the lead. It'll be Zimmerman, LaRoche, and Morse coming up. Middle of the order trying to produce against a lefty for the Mets. We'll tell you about him in a moment. Your Washington area Lexus dealers donate $200 to the Children's National Medical Center every time a National hits a home run this season. 50 of them so far. And how about some power? Bottom 8. Mets left-hander Tim Burdick. 32nd appearance, couple of wins, 3 ERA. He has only given up 6 hits in 15 innings with 21 strikeouts.
Yeah, he's not allowed to run in 16 of his last 17 outings. That's 6 2/3 innings dating back to May 6th. A 3-pitch guy, fastball, slider, change. He likes the slider, throws it almost 60% of the time.
Terry Collins is leading us to believe that we're in Port St. Lucie, Florida right now, the way guys are moving around. That's Jordani Valdespin, who's now playing shortstop. Scott Hairston is in right field. Vinny Rotino in left. Tyler Clippard for the 9th. Ryan Zimmerman 1 for 3. He's hit the ball sharply twice. That's a breaking ball that's in there. 0-2. .38-year-old lefty. Been around since '98 at the major league level with Kansas City.
You kind of get into rhythm with Josh Tolley tonight. Every time he's called a high fastball, he's followed it up with an off-speed pitch.
Zimmerman, great swing the other way. His bat comes alive tonight. He's 2 for 4 with an RBI, and Christina has more.
Dressed this week, how he's just not had the start he's wanted to have, especially after coming off the DL. He flat out said, I just stink right now. But you know what he said? I just got to grind it out. It'll change. It's been like this before. I've got to stay positive and keep working. That's the beautiful thing about baseball. 4 more months to turn it around. He said, I've been terrible. Some guys have been hurt, but we've been able to hold first place so far. So Ryan grinding it out, trying to stay positive.
Well, some guys have been hurt, but he's been hurt. He's not going to tell anybody, but that shoulder ain't right. And he said yesterday he found something and made an adjustment in his swing. You see the results tonight.
Bouncing ball, LaRoche booted, and still time has Murphy to get LaRoche. They had designs on maybe turning 2 there.
Well, even though they got the out at first, that's a big miscue by Daniel Murphy. Allows a tie and run to get into scoring position. And will it look like a tailor-made double play ball? Turns into Ryan Zimmerman getting to second base, and Terry Collins is going to come out and get Beardeck right now. A little peek right there, too early. Maybe trying to be in too much of a hurry. Very close at first base. And they just got him. Maybe with all that shifting and guys trying to get back to their normal positions, it was like a fire drill right there, and they couldn't turn the double play.
And when the Nats head on the road, or you head on the road, how about MLB.tv, baseball everywhere. You can subscribe and get every Nationals out-of-market game live online on your favorite device, and it's all in HD quality. Visit Nationals.com for more details and to order. Frank Francisco had 49 Major League saves from 03 through 11. 25 with Texas 3 years ago, 17 with the Blue Jays last year. And now for the Mets, he's 14 for 16.
You see the numbers right there. 3-pitch guy, fastball, curveball, split. He throws the curveball about 6% of the time, so primarily fastball, and it'll run up there in the mid-90s, and a split in the mid-80s. Let's check out Michael Morse checking in. 2012 season. First hit going the other way. That's perfect, folks. Double in the gap, absolutely roasted. So the beast on the board with a double. We always say that first one's the hardest. He got that one out of the way tonight. If you want something to hang your hat on and you're a Nats fan, the Mets are just 16 for 26 in save opportunities this season. 16 for 26.
And a lot of that is setup guys giving up runs in the 7th and 8th innings. But in this case, Terry Collins goes with his closer with 5 outs to get. Michael Morse looking for his first RBI of the year. Ian Desmond 0 for 3 tonight, waiting.
High fastball has been followed by off speed all night long.
That was a straight change. Had some down and in movement to it to the right-hander.
It's a split changeup. And I think Ryan Zimmerman on second base knew that. Josh Tolley called for a high fastball. The next pitch was off speed. Zimmerman all over it. Line drive to right. Same thing with Michael Morse right there. You talk about catchers falling into patterns. Hitters see that. High fastball followed by off speed. It's been the case all night long. The fastball up and out of the zone. Not even close. Just a show me fastball. Followed up by something slow.
Morris battling just to make contact. David Wright on the charge. 2 outs. Tonight's copyrighted telecast presented by authority of the Washington Nationals and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the expressed written consent of the Washington Nationals.
Well, you would think this wouldn't be a first pitch fastball from Francisco right here. And if it was, it's not going to be for a strike. And if it is, he's in trouble. We had the percentage Ian Desmond hits on a first pitch fastball. If you've been watching any games at all, you know he's firing away right here if he sees something hard and straight. And I think that's what Josh Tolley's going to go tell Frank Francisco right now. Look, this guy's a first pitch fastball hitter. You shook me off twice on a fastball. I put down split. Let's go with the split.
Desmond hopping all over 94.
He didn't go with the split, but he went fastball up out of the zone. And that's a tough one to catch up on, but we've seen Ian Desmond get on top of that pitch many times this year.
That ball is down the right field line. It'll tie the game. Desmond stops at first with an RBI single. It is 4-4.
Just like that. Another high fastball to Ian Desmond. He makes the adjustment. Watch him get on top of this. Up out of the zone. Tomahawks that line drive to right field. And if that's not hit down the line, Scott Hairston might have a chance to get Zimmerman at home. But the fact that he had to go way to his left to get that ball allowed Zimmerman to score. And we're all tied up. Start this one all over again.
With Danny Espinosa, who goes up and flies one to left center. Andres Torres chasing it down on the track. So the Nats get a leadoff hit by Zimmerman. Desmond ties it 4-4, ninth inning.
Folks, I don't think it's hard to explain how hard it is to get on top of 94, but watch the bat path. I mean, you got to go down to 94, and a lot of guys pop that ball up. But look at him get on top of that ball, fight to get his hands on top of that baseball, get the barrel on top of it, and look at where Toley's reaching. That ball's above his mask in the mid-90s. Ian Desmond with the great bat speed and good hand-eye coordination, able to get on top of that baseball. That is not easy to do. How clutch was that?
RBI number 24 for Desmond. And Tyler Clippard now in a hold-em situation against Ike Davis, Josh Toley, and Vinny Rotino in the ninth inning after Rotino batted last inning.
29 strikeouts versus just 9 walks. You see the average right there, 171. Hits tough to come by facing Tyler Clippard. It'll be interesting to watch him here. This is his first outing in a while where it's not a save opportunity.
Ike Davis 0 for 3, 2 strikeouts. First pitch change up, floats up and away.
What a battle for first place tonight. Is this a good game or what?
3 consecutive changeups, ball 3.
And he'll throw a cutter and a curveball and a fastball to go with that change. I think his feeling was he got to a 2-0 count, paid himself into a corner, but I think Ike Davis might be taking a strike.
He will at 92. Ike Davis, career 1 for 6 against Clippard. That misses. Leadoff walk. Now we'll see how Collins plays it with Josh Tolley. Their pitcher spot is the number 4 spot. Ross Detweiler up and throwing now. And that could be for the number 9 hitter, Valdespin, who's been a real thorn in the Nats side tonight.
Well, you would think that Josh Tolley's bunting right here. Ryan Zimmerman in.
That one bunted right to Clippard. Nice and slow for the Mets. Only play first base. Sacrifice is good. 1-4. Join the Potomac Nationals. Check out their tickets, promotions, all the fun going on down at Fitzner Stadium. 703-590-2311 or PotomacNationals.com. Clippard to Rotino now, who hit that scary ball down the right field line that Bryce Harper had to kind of catch right over the top of his ball cap first time. First pitch breaking ball. Ankiel right there, 2 outs. Now let's see if Davy Johnson does anything. With Valdespin coming in, although Clippard as a rule very tough on lefties with the changeup, but he has been warming up Detweiler. And of course, Detweiler's done some starting. He could be warming up for the 10th inning. Doesn't really at this stage get ready as quickly as the regular relievers, so he could be warming up in case the Nats can't walk off in the bottom of the 9th and win it.
That's a tough call for Davy Johnson. Valdespin having a big night tonight, a home run and a double. You got a veteran Scott Hairston on deck, first base open, 2 outs. You go after a kid that's hitting just 160 but having a hot night, or do you go after a veteran on deck that knows how to handle these situations with the right-on-right matchup?
He hit the homer off Zimmerman and the double off Sean Burnett. And he flies this one to right field. Long run for Harper, and Bryce will get there. On to the bottom of the 9th. 8, 9, and 1 for the Nats coming up.
Maybe 2.
Back in the driver's seat. Happy to have you with us. Nats Extra postgame show coming up in just a few minutes. Welcome back, and some ball game you're coming back to tonight, huh?
You're not kidding, Johnny. Really good outing from Jordan Zimmerman. Then he looked like he hit the wall with about 80 pitches as he gave up the 2 home runs. And then it looked like everything was going our way, and then the Mets just kept, tacking on, and then the Nationals come back like they have all year with Zimmerman's big base hit and then the big base hit by Desi.
Well, we have seen Bob at FP pull these babies out in the past. Let's see if they can do it again with some help from the ball club in the bottom of the ninth. Back to you guys upstairs.
Well, hopefully they pull it out with not any help from us. Do it on their own. It'll be Flores and Keel. Then the pitcher spot, you would think that would be Roger Bernardina. And then the fourth man, Bryce Harper.
I mean, I could throw my pen at Frank Francisco. That might help, but that's about all I can think of.
If you can hit him from here. Somebody in intelligence would like to talk to you about being a sniper. Jesus Flores 0 for 2 with a walk tonight. Francisco still on the mound. Lays off the breaking ball, does Flores. Well, Detweiler has taken a seat. Looked like Davey had Detweiler hot, and then he stayed with Clippard to get Valdespin. On a fastball, Jesus Flores late for it, and it is out of play.
What's interesting about the way this game's shaping up right now, it's two teams that throughout the course of this young season have figured out ways to win games late. It's almost a battle of wills at this point.
Yeah, good call.
The Mets have done it. The Nationals have done it. 5 walk-off wins this season. Terry Collins knows all about walk-off wins and their team winning late. And two good teams butting heads.
Meanwhile, the Nats are getting some help from Atlanta tonight. Tim Hudson is trying to pitch a complete game in the bottom of the ninth. Atlanta 11-0 at Miami. Dodgers got 2 in the 8th to lead the Phillies 2-1 now. 2-1 to Jesus. That was a breaking ball that was sitting upstairs.
That was a hanger. That was a split figure that didn't split.
Rick Ankiel in the number 9 spot.
And check it out right here. Up in the zone. Doesn't do a whole lot. And sometimes those actually work out because you're going to swing to where you think it's going to break to, and it doesn't break at all.
Flores late on that one. 1 out. Tomorrow night, Edwin Jackson against the Mets. Jeremy Hefner, a 26-year-old rookie who is 1-2 with a 5.60 ERA, scheduled for the Mets.
And that was a good split from Francisco right there. 85 miles an hour down and away.
And that's a breaking ball that Rick takes low. 1 ball, 1 strike. Ankiel came on to pinch hit in the 7th. Fielder's choice bunt. The Nats have Roger Bernardina to hit next for Tyler Clippard. And then Xavier Nady with the 2 backup catchers. Keel right on top of that one. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
You got a pitch right there. 85 mile an hour split up in the zone. That's a couple of this inning. But Francisco's left up and in. Dangerous spot to a power hitter.
Three and 2. Keel strikes out, 2 down. No contact in the inning yet. If Bernardina or Harper can get something done here, Nats Extra will follow quickly. If not, a little later. Presented by W.B. Mason when the ball game is over.
Remember the last start Roger Bernardina had in Miami. He hit a couple of balls right on the screws. Sac fly to center field.
2 for 7 as a pinch hitter with an RBI this year. Anything to get aboard for a guy who can get extra base hits on deck.
A guy who can end the game. One swing.
Bernardina rifles one foul. Bryce Harper tonight 1 for 4 with an RBI single. Roger has found the role in situations just like this. He takes that one to left field. His 9th career pinch hit, and he gets Bryce Harper to the plate in the bottom of the 9th.
Crowd's on their feet.
26,256 tonight.
If you're Roger Bernardina, do you think about stealing second base right here? I think you do. Even though you got a hot hitting Bryce Harper up there, find a way to get yourself into scoring position.
And a check swing rifles over the Mets dugout.
I'm looking at the Mets outfield right now, and I don't think they're playing deep enough. With the speed of Roger Bernardina on first base, you have to play deeper than deep. You got to cut a ball off in the gap. You got a guy with power up, and they're playing it straight.
Off speed, 86.
Now, Rotino's playing deep in left field, but Torres is playing kind of normal in center field. And Hairston's playing very shallow, I think, in right field. This is where you usually see outfielders pinned up against the wall.
Harper takes one outside, ball 2. Doesn't seem to matter what count for this guy. When he's ahead, look out.
You see right there with Francisco the fact that he stepped off and looked to Roger Bernardina. You know what that tells me? He's not confident in throwing to first base. Guys that have the yips with their throw over to first do that right there. Sometimes you step off to see if a guy's going.
Roger going. And a little foul left side.
And I think Roger was thinking the same thing. We were up here.
He has been larger than life at times.
Roger Bernardina had that bag stolen.
Two-two pitch in a tie game. Late break by Bernardina. Harper hits it well to left, and it's caught by Rotino. The Mets have only played 2 extra inning games this year. The Nats have played 7. At home in extra innings. David Wright's had a big night. Jordan Zimmerman was in line for the win for a while. And Ryan Zimmerman's had 3 good, solid at-bats tonight.
Let's go back to the 8th inning and check out one of those at-bats. A single to right field. Nice job of staying back. So he's aboard. And how about Ian Desmond getting on top of some high heat, hitting it down in the right field corner. Harrison does a nice job of cutting that ball off, but a double for Desmond scores Zimmerman. And that's how this game stands, 4-4.
Of the National League East, the Marlins now go to 31-24, beaten 11-0 by Tim Hudson and the Braves tonight, and the Phillies just lost their game. They're under 500. Dodgers got 2 in the 8th. Kenley Jensen got his 8th save of the year, and they beat Cliff Lee, who had the lead all night. Here's Henry Rodriguez against the top of the order. Scott Hairston leads off.
And a 3-pitch guy, fastball, curveball change. Fastball in the upper 90s, curveball in the mid 80s.
Nice, easy 96. And a breaking ball. Might have been a broken bat. And it falls in front of Michael Morse in left field. Hairston on base twice tonight with a walk and a base hit.
Not a bad pitch from Henry right there. Pretty good curveball. Scott Hairston does a nice job of hitting a nasty pitch. Look at the downward movement on this pitch. He digs it out. And the bat died a big time here in the top of the 10th. Leadoff man on. I'll tell you what, if Andres Torres is bunting, it is not easy to bunt 100 miles an hour.
Runner goes. They're going to let him go ahead and steal as Flores throws from his knees. And the Mets, the worst running team in the league with the fewest steals. They're 22nd of the year.
A great call right there by Terry Collins. Henry Rodriguez very deliberate to the plate. Look how long he's taken. Jesus Flores knows he has no shot. He tries to throw from his knees and use the mound as a ramp, but it's too late. It's a big stolen base for the Mets.
Now if Torres can lay one down, they're looking at third base with 1 out. Trying to pull the ball. Counts even, 1-1. Maybe you don't bunt there because you're ahead in the count, and he could change his mind on the next one.
Andres Torres, a better base hit bunter than a sacrifice bunter, and that's maybe why Terry Collins gave him a shot right there in a 1-0 count. Good point. See if he's bunting right here. Good way to find out is do an inside move if you're the pitcher to second base and see if he shows. And you're trying to get Andres Torres to hit the ball the other way right here. You don't want him to roll over on a ground ball. Throwing a 1-1 changeup right there. Kind of did him a favor.
He does get the job done by pulling it to Danny Espinosa. A really good professional at bat for Andres Torres. Now what do you do with David Wright? They do have the pitcher spot coming up after that.
A great at bat from Andres Torres right there. Not easy to pull 99 miles an hour, get it on the ground.
Don't you have to walk David Wright here and force them to use their final player? We'll see. Mike Nikias, their backup catcher, is the only one left unless they would pinch hit a pitcher. David Wright 2 for 3 with a single home run, walked intentionally in the 8th inning. Rodriguez gets a strike on the inner half.
Well, the only reason I'm thinking Davey Johnson is pitching to David Wright is because Henry Rodriguez is not a ground ball pitcher. So if you put him on, yeah, you're pitching around one of the best hitters in the National League, but the odds of getting a ground ball from Henry, probably not that great. That's the only thing I can come up with.
(1-1) to David Wright, who's driven in 33 runs on the year. Breaking ball, it squirts away, and the Mets take the lead.
Yeah, hard curveball right here from Henry, and it almost looked like Jesus Flores got crossed up. And that's a ball that we've seen him block 99 times out of 100. And he tried to glove it right there, thinking it was going to be a strike, but it ended up in the dirt. And that's one he usually goes to his knees, and we've seen Henry throw that curveball a lot shorter than that. That wasn't that bad of a pitch.
They call it a wild pitch because it did bounce. But I think you're right. Jesus thought he was going to catch it on the fly. Ball 3. And David Wright, weakly grounding to Espinosa. 2 outs. So they will go ahead and bat Mike Nikias. They've already used their closer. So Bobby Parnell, who does not have a save this year, will be trying to get the final 3 outs for them.
He's got a good fastball, a big fastball, upper 90s.
So Mike Nikias, Terry Collins' final bench player to pinch hit here.
He is not afraid to fire some bullets over there in the Mets dugout.
Well, he's kind of like a guy playing with house money right now. Nobody expected anything out of the Mets this year. You made a statement in spring training. You thought they would be better than everybody expected. I'm not sure you were thinking about first place or second place, but they certainly have fulfilled that part of it.
Well, everybody's talking about last place in spring training. I watched them play 4 or 5 times. I said, this is a decent ball club. It's still early, and obviously it's going to be a dogfight until the very last day, I feel, in this division. They've surprised a lot of people, scrapped and clawed, but don't forget the team on the other side, too. The Nats have done the same thing. That's how they've gotten to where they've gotten. Good pitching, and find a way to win.
And a high chopper to short. Desmond has to wait on it. Bare hand still somehow makes that play with that ball wickedly spinning away from him. Bottom 10, Zimmerman, LaRoche, and Morris against Bobby Parnell.
Time for the better plays you'll see on a spinning ball off the bat of Nikias right here. Watch the hop. He decides to barehand. It's almost like a Super Bowl with all the spin on it. Kicks hard to his right, goes with the barehand, and then off balance has enough arm strength to get it in the air to get him by half a step. What a play by Ian Desmond. I mean, the more you watch this guy play, the more you realize how great he is at shortstop. Not too many guys make this play, folks. That's as good as it gets.
And the arm to finish it off. No chance to get that runner with a play from the glove.
And bang, bang at first base, and he just gets him.
All right, here's Zimmerman, LaRoche, and Morse. Bottom 10 against Bobby Parnell, who had 6 saves for the Mets last year. 1 in 09. There were times when Francisco Rodriguez was hurt that he'd have to step in and do some closing. And tonight, in relief of Frank Francisco, looking for his 8th career save.
And a 2-pitch guy, fastball, curveball, fastball in the upper 90s.
Low to Ryan Zimmerman, who's 2 for 4 tonight with an RBI and a run scored.
Look at my notes right here, Carp. His fastball velocity is down from last year. Last year it averaged 97 miles an hour. This year 95. And those 2 mile an hour is huge.
He had a problem last year, April and May, with numbness in the middle finger of his right hand. Put him on the DL.
And Zim likes to hit off him. Check out those numbers.
Wow. That was a breaking ball. Ryan went down and got it, and it's booted by Valdez-Spin. The Nats get a gift, and the tying runs on base. The Mets make their 44th error of the year, the second most in the league.
Just a routine ground ball to short. Valdez-Spin sits on it a little bit, takes a little tricky hop at the end, and that's all it took. And you see right there, great shot, guys, with the Exmo. He fanned with his bare hand. So we always talk about how important the offhand is to secure the baseball, and he missed the ball with his bare hand. It rolled out of his glove. Game on.
Next up is Adam LaRoche, 2 for 6 career with a walk against Parnell. Michael Morse on deck. He starts him with a breaking ball, and then Tolley does a good job to smother it. The Mets shift with the man on first a little bit different than bases empty, as they play Valdez spin right up the middle behind the bag, and David Wright at a shallow shortstop position.
I know you don't normally bunt with your 4-hole hitter, but I just can't help but seeing that.
Yeah. He tries it, but the ball slices. Adam probably just trying to hit a ground ball over there. But as you often say, you can't guide the ball off the bat and give it a chance. And now with 2 strikes, 0-2, he's got to be thinking contact.
It's hard, but you sure can try to spread out, choke up, and play Pepper with the bag over there at third.
Target away. Fastball didn't miss by much.
Pretty good take right there by LaRoche. A lot of guys swing at that. Looked like a strike all the way. That's not an easy take. The easy takes are the ones that are balls right out of their hand. That ball was a strike for about 55 feet and tailed out of the zone late. Good eye.
Short lead by Zimmerman. LaRoche bounces it right at Ike Davis, and he boots it. And the Mets keep giving the Nats 90 feet at a time here. They got to make them start paying for these mistakes. The Mets get an out, but scoring position for Zimmerman on what should have at least been a 3-6 force play.
Well, you play a good team and you give them extra outs, especially late in the game. They usually make you pay. Ike Davis peaked a little bit right there. And a heads-up play by David Wright on the back end. You might be wondering, well, what did David Wright do? Well, he was playing the shift. He ran over to second base. Ryan Zimmerman slid into second, and there was nobody at third. He hustled over to third base to keep Ryan Zimmerman from taking third. He popped up and he gave it a look, but the hustle by Wright kept Zimmerman at second.
Big spot for Michael Morse, 1 for 4 with a double.
There's a lot of Nats fans out there right now thinking, I'd love to see Michael Morse pound his helmet about 4 or 5 times right now.
He threw that one away. And over to third base is Zimmerman on the wildest of pitches in the dirt.
This game went from a well-played baseball game for 9 innings to very, very sloppy here in the 10th. And for Bobby Parnell right now, those last 3 outs, if you haven't done it before, hard to get. And I think he's feeling a little heat right now on the road.
Pitching coach Dan Worthen, entire infield gathered around. Michael Morse looking for something now to elevate, at least get the game tied.
Well, that's a good point, Carp, because if you're Michael Morse right now, you know you're not going to see that same pitch again. You're going to see something up.
Yeah, they won't be throwing that one again.
And Parnell, a 2-pitch guy, fastball curve. And if you're Michael Morse right now, I think you can totally disregard the curveball right here in a 2-0 count and jump all over a heater. Looking to use the big part of the park.
He threw him a breaking ball, and Morse with a check swing for a strike.
He was thinking just like I was, sitting dead red right here. He got the breaking ball, 86.
Gutsiest pitch of the night for the Mets.
Yeah, tie and run on third base after a wild pitch.
On a fastball up, it's now 2-2.
Yeah, climb the ladder, 95, some high cheese right here.
Right where Josh Tolley wanted it.
You go back to the curveball after that, or you climb the ladder. Looks like they're setting up a way.
Good take by Michael, identifying the breaking ball. And the count's full with 1 out. Ian Desmond, big RBI last time to tie the game in the bottom of the 8th.
And a walk-off sac fly and a walk-off homer for the guy on deck.
Morse lays off. It turns into a very good at-bat. Winning runs on base. How about May 2nd for Ian Desmond?
If I remember right, this was a tracer. Absolute laser beam to left center field. Got a ball up and in from J.J. Putz, and he put it in the bullpen.
And the Nats were down a run at the time. That was a 2-run walk-off homer after Harper had doubled off the scoreboard earlier in the inning. Nats won it 5-4. That broke a 5-game losing streak that night, by the way.
A good at-bat from Michael Morse, like you said, Carp. Hard to lay off that slider in a big situation, and we talked about it yesterday. Last thing to come is the strike zone when you miss so many games. That's a good sign.
Mets are back up the middle in case they get a double play ball. Desmond lays off the breaker.
He showed last time up, he showed Josh Tolley and everybody in the Mets dugout he can get on top of a high fastball. He's looking for something up, something elevated, so you don't have to change your swing. He's trying to hit a fly ball to center. .98. Count's even 1-1. And Ian Desmond taking a walk around the batter's box right now. He wants that one back. But when you throw 98 miles an hour, you can make some mistakes in the strike zone. That was supposed to be down and away, and it was right down the middle.
Target in. That's a double play ball, and it's booted by Valdespin. The game is tied. And now the Nats have a chance to win it. 3 defensive mistakes by the Mets in this inning.
I mean, they are giving this game to the Washington Nationals right now.
They'll probably give Desmond an RBI. You can't assume the double play. But if he gloves it, this game's over.
Tailor-made, one hopper. I mean, it had a little hair on it. He hit it hard, but Valdespin having a rough inning out there at shortstop. I mean, he's setting it, just handcuffs him right in the heel. And Ian Desmond will take it any way he can.
Now it's up to Danny Espinosa to try to chase home Michael Morse and give the Nats a win. And I cannot believe where the right fielder's playing right now. With 1 out, anything deeper than a routine fly ball would be over the head of Scott Hairston.
Scott Hairston's playing like a second baseman in a shift right now.
He's playing like the bases are loaded with 1 out or nobody out.
When you talk about games in your division, at home, when they're being gift wrapped for you, you've got to find a way to win this baseball game.
Danny Espinosa is 1 for 2 career against Bobby Parnell with a walk and a strikeout.
And he gave it a ride his last time up. A fly ball deep to left center field. Nice running catch by Torres.
Espinosa tonight 1 for 4 with a bunt hit, a steal, a run scored, 2 strikeouts. Two outs. It'll be up to Jesus Flores in a tough right-handed matchup here.
And he would like nothing better, obviously, to get a base hit right here and walk off the Mets. But with that ball that got by him, a tough play from Henry Rodriguez, a tough curveball. If you run down there and ask Jesus Flores, he'll probably tell you he should have caught that. It's a guy that's used to stopping everything back there.
Look at that. Jesus Flores 2 for 2 against him. A young catcher that at one time the Mets let get away. Flores signed with them at the age of 17, 12 years ago. He'll look that one in, strike 2. Fastball up. And that one dangerously into the seats right over the dugout. The 0-2's a chopper, and there's a chance. Flores will get an infield hit. David Wright elected to hold on to the ball, and the bases are loaded for Rick Ankiel.
And not the way Jesus Flores drew it up, but he'll take it. Pretty good play by David Wright not to make a throw right there. I thought Flores was going to be safe all the way. He risked throwing the ball away and the game being over. And now it's up to Rick Ankiel to be the hero.
And I think David Wright for a moment hoped to catch Michael Morse rounding the bag. So the bases are loaded. Can the Nats find a way for 90 more feet here? They've been given 3 bags by the Mets already. Ankiel takes ball 1.
And it doesn't have to be in the form of a hit. We've seen the Nats do this early in the season. Wild pitch or a walk. And look at that hole to the right of second base. A routine ground ball to the right of the pitcher wins it.
Ball 2.
And maybe Rick takes a strike right here, but look at this, folks.
That would be 4th. Oh, wait a minute. Game over. Not 4-3.
Usually you bring your second baseman with you on that shift. I mean, that's a whole side of the infield to hit a 15 hopper to win a ball game.
That is off the plate. Ball 3.
And if you're Rick Ankiel, you got to take 2 right here. If he throws a strike, you got to fill it up because he's feeling the heat. The pressure's on Parnell right now, not you. I mean, you're going to get the same pitch 3-2 as you're going to get 3-1. Let's see what Ankiel does. I'd make him throw a strike.
That ball was tailing to the outside corner. And now with the game on the line, all the runners will be on the move. Bo Porter visiting with Michael Morse.
If you like drama, you tuned into the right channel. It's good stuff.
Ankiel gets under it and fouls it straight back. Close enough. That That was high in the zone. You cannot take that pitch.
I don't think Rick Ankiel's going to take any more. He took all he could.
We're talking about a guy who's walked 9 times in 2 months. Ankiel, by the way, 1 for 3 career against Bobby Parnell. And this game is going to the 11th inning. The Nats fail to make contact twice with the winning run in scoring position. A gift-wrapped 10th inning by the Mets, and then just unable to convert to get the thing over with. And so on to the 12th inning we go. Here's the next 5. The Mets and the Nats tomorrow night. It will be Edwin Jackson against Jeremy Hefner, rookie pitcher for the Mets. And then Chin-Ming Wong and R.A. Dickey in the finale. That's a 105 game on Thursday before the Nationals move on to Fenway Park and then Toronto on the next road trip. Bryce Harper is back in center field now. Xavier Nady will bat first and play right. And the new pitcher, batting ninth, Ross Detweiler, the last available arm in the bullpen. Everyone else has been used. Didn't know Detweiler was warming up back in the 7th inning for this. But he may be pitching for a while. We'll see. Strike one, 11th inning underway to Daniel Murphy, who's 0 for 4. That's a curveball at the knees.
A 3-pitch guy, fastball, curveball, change.
Pretty good 0-2 pitch, just missing away. So the Mets are out of position players. The Nationals are out of relievers. And that's a swing and a miss. Nasty, diving under the hands of the left-hander.
A good start for Ross Detweiler out of the bullpen. He's got the good fastball going, 94, 93 miles an hour. Pretty good late movement on that pitch right there to Daniel Murphy. So a fastball away, he didn't get the strike call. How about this one? Down and in, tied him up.
Yeah, it took one hand right off the bat. Ross last pitched in relief Wednesday at Miami, 2 scoreless innings. And that will lean Ike Davis back. That is just foul. Detweiler throwing that breaking ball. 4 strikes. Right-hander Elvin Ramirez. And if he works, I have the Mets out of bullpen guys because John Roush is not here.
Mets are out of everybody. No more bench players, no more bullpen guys.
We may see some starting pitchers pinch. I don't know. You can't pinch run. Then you got to find somebody else who can play. This is one of those games where if things go on for a while, you could see somebody unlikely out there throwing. Who knows? R.A. Dickey, maybe? Is that why you're showing me the knuckleball?
You never know.
He could pitch tonight and pitch again Thursday.
Yep.
Sure doesn't want to.
He can hit, too. Probably getting the spikes on as we're speaking in the clubhouse. Probably already has them on.
Detweiler jams another left-handed batter.
The same pitch he threw to Daniel Murphy for strike 3, just a little higher, maybe a little farther in. Check it out, going hard in with 2 strikes. Good pitch.
That'll bring in Josh Tolley, 1 for 3 with a base hit and a sacrifice. So the matchups work well for Detweiler here in the 11th, getting 3 left-handed batters. The Nats have the top of their order in the bottom of this inning.
You want to know who the loneliest guy in America is right now?
Jim Lett.
That guy right there, Jim Lett, bullpen coach. Everybody's used up. This is Ross Detweiler's game, and Jim Lett has no friends.
Other than Martinez and Robledo, the bullpen catchers who hang out there with him. They don't seem that interested in hanging out with Jim right now.
That's just an odd sight. You never see Jim Lett by himself down there. Usually there's a bunch of guys.
Yeah, he looks like the Maytag repairman, the loneliest man in town.
Doing all kinds of things, and there he is. Jim with all his friends.
I wish we had a phone to the pen. Hey, Jim, how you doing? What's happening? Two balls and 2 strikes. Well struck by Tolley. Just rode it into left field, kind of the way he did against Jordan Zimmerman back in the 5th inning. So he's 2 for 4 with a sacrifice tonight. That'll get it down to Vinny Rotino. The Mets will get a right-handed batter in there. Rotino his first 2 major league home runs this year. He played 26 games with 36 at bats in parts of 4 years with the Brewers and the Marlins. Interesting story. He went to the University of Wisconsin lacrosse. And after he graduated there, he went to the university's main campus in Madison to become a pharmacist, attended a tryout camp, and signed with the Brewers. 2-0 pitch. Detweiler misses upstairs. 4-pitch walk. Well, here comes Jordany Valdespin again, who's had the highest of highs and the lowest of lows tonight. With a home run, a double, 2 runs scored, and 2 errors at shortstop. Subbing for Omar Quintanilla, who had made an error earlier at short.
Drove in a couple and let in a couple.
But his swing back in the 6th inning really kind of turned this evening around. The Nats had just gone up by 3. He comes up and pinch hits for Chris Young. Bang, hits one out of the park. And then 2 outs later, David Wright did the same to make it 3-2.
Not too many times in this game you have the opportunity to make up for mistakes on defense. Not too many times that the game will find you on offense and allow you that chance to make up for defensive miscues that cost your ball club.
Ten more chances for the home team with runners in scoring position. To this point, the Mets have stranded 5, the Nationals 10. That's a good one. Fastball outside corner. Detweiler goes fastball upstairs.
It's a good idea to climb a ladder right here on this guy. He seems like he keeps his bat in the strike zone for a while, so even if he's fooled on the off speed, he can flare it to left field. Maybe go with that hard fastball in that he struck out a couple lefties with earlier in the inning.
He bounces the breaking ball, and Jesus Flores keeps the runners at bay. And that one doesn't feel too good.
Let's just say that one didn't get his chest protector. Mark Wegner going to give him a second. But right now he's seeing stars. And that's going to take a second. And there's nothing anybody can do to help you. Not Davey Johnson, not the trainers, not anybody.
Two balls and 2 strikes. First 2 men in this inning retired. Josh Tolley, the base hit. Rotino, the walk. And it's 2-2 on Valdespin. Swing and a miss. He struck out all 3 left-handers in similar fashion. Xavier Nady's now the leadoff guy. Bryce Harper, Ryan Zimmerman straight ahead. Have their top three up, top of the order. And you can tune into the Mid-Atlantic Sports Report tomorrow, 5 to 6:30. Tom Davis, Mel Antonin, Phil Wood, Dave Johnson, all the latest Nats news, information, updates, getting ready for Game 2 of this series, and that's before Nats Extra tomorrow. This is right-hander Elvin Ramirez. Made his Major League debut 2 days ago. When the Mets beat St. Louis, they took 3 out of 4 in that series. And with Buffalo AAA this year, he actually started at Binghamton in the Eastern League at AA. And did not allow a run in 15 innings for that ball club. So it could be Ramirez and Detweiler for a while, unless Xavier Nady and company can get something going and get this thing over with, bottom 11.
Josh Trolley just went to throw the ball down to second base and held onto it too long and threw a ground ball to shortstop.
It's been that kind of night for the Mets defense.
I mean, the last couple of innings.
You know, but you look at things, FP, that might be a red flag for the Mets. Their defense has been pretty bad this year. And you can get away with that for a while. They're right now, only the Giants have made more errors in the National League. Got to catch the ball.
Absolutely. Well, Ramirez, a two-pitch guy. Fastball split. Fastball in the mid-90s, split in the mid-80s.
First pitch slider or cutter away. Xavier Nady on the air, $155, 13 for 84, but 3 of his 13 hits have left the yard. And he's always hit the Mets pretty well. Anything to get that first man aboard. Xavier Nady played in New York, but that was the Yankees back in 09. The Mets before that for a brief spell in 06. At one time traded to the Mets for Mike Cameron from San Diego. Obvious take here. Yeah, 4-pitch walk. It was borderline, but Martin Legner wasn't going to give Ramirez that call.
When I talked to the Mets people before the game, they said, well, maybe their one weakness has been their bullpen all season long, and if it's going to be an extra inning baseball game and it's Nats bullpen against the Mets bullpen, you would figure they have the advantage.
Well, would you bunt Bryce Harper? I don't think the Mets expect it. They're playing back. He could lay one down the third baseline and trot to first base.
He could lay one down in the Nats bullpen, too.
Yes, he could. And then Jim Lett might finally have some company. That's on the inside corner for a strike. Harper tonight, 1 for 5 with an RBI single.
95, first pitch. Pretty good frame by Tolley on the back end.
A little bit off, 86 inside.
That's the split right there. He's got it right. Bryce, hit yourself in the head one more time.
He went waving at a fastball tailing away. And the count's 1-2. Harper hit the ball hard last time, ending the ninth with a man aboard, a drive out to the well, to the track in left, not quite to the wall.
The ball was crushed.
And he goes waving again. Unusual to see Bryce leave the strike zone like that 2 consecutive times.
I think what you're seeing right here, when you have a game that's going this long, it's hard to concentrate for 4.5 hours. You're seeing it on defense with the Mets. And it's usually the first team to crack loses, but not the case yet tonight.
Well, here comes Mr. Clutch, Ryan Zimmerman, whose bat has come alive tonight. Ryan, 2 hits, 2 runs. RBI number 19 back in the 5th. Mets outfield has him played around to the right. The left fielder, Rotino, 100 feet off the line.
Ramirez doing a nice job of a regroup here after a 4-pitch walk to start the innings. Found the strike zone.
Yeah, he didn't look comfortable against Nady, did he?
All of a sudden, he's found his rhythm. He's throwing strikes.
One on, one out. Swing by Ryan. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
I'm watching Ramirez right now. When he comes set, he's coming set about 2 or 3 times. Well, watch when he comes to a complete stop, and it's almost like he stops, then goes down a little bit farther, then a little bit farther. And if you're looking for a balk call, if Bob Davison was here, he'd be checking this out right now.
One ball and 2 strikes. Left-hander Adam LaRoche waiting.
I'll throw over to first base right here, see if Xavier Nady's going.
And Zimmerman tried to go Desmond Tomahawk on that one.
Josh totally gave the throw over to Ramirez. He gave the thumb to first base and he went home. Or maybe that concentration thing I'm talking about applies to the broadcasters too.
I think you're on top of your game here. Maybe caffeine time soon.
I got that covered.
Ryan Zimmerman is going to be called out, and when he disputes something, it's very rare. Mark Wegner took an extra moment before pulling out the strike 3.
That was a late call, and I think that's what he's talking about. As a hitter, you're used to an umpire and his call and the timing of it, and when they call a strike 3 late, you're thinking, okay, ball, I'm good. Look how long it took for him to rip the pages on Ryan Zimmerman. The ball was outside on pitch track. He's saying that ball's off. That ball's off 4 times in a row. And we agree.
Adam LaRoche is 0 for 5. Might take a little shot down the third base side here. Try to get Michael Morse up to the plate. Does he get something he can drive? That's outside, 2-0.
Last time David Wright was playing right here. Now he's playing right here. And look how much room. That's just crazy. When we talk to hitters when they're facing a shift, they block it out of their mind, because a lot of the shift when you're hitting, you look out there, is mental. Because you're seeing guys where you don't normally see guys before. Obviously, LaRoche has seen it a bunch of times this year, but this is probably the most exaggerated one we've seen for LaRoche, with David Wright almost playing up the middle. Usually the third baseman plays shortstop, maybe a little toward the third base side of shortstop.
2-1 to LaRoche, and now the count's even. Abernathy walked to lead off this 11th inning. Harper has struck out. Zimmerman on a bad pitch. Bad call. Called out on strikes. And now the 2-2. LaRoche strikes out. It's going to be at least a dozen in our nation's capital tonight. Top of the order for the Mets. Four and 3 overall, 4 and 2 here. It's only the third extra inning game of the year for the Mets. A battle of attrition, and as FP said, what, maybe an hour ago, a battle of wills in a game like this.
You got two teams that have gotten used to winning and gotten used to winning late and finding ways to come back. I think that's what we're seeing right here.
Not often we start keeping track of a guy's pitch count in the 12th inning, but it might bear watching. Detweiler, 23 pitches, 12 strikes. In that top of the 11th, Hairston, Torres, and David Wright for the Mets. It's a little bit off his fastball, 91. Scott Hairston came into the game in the 8th as a pinch hitter, walked and scored, singled, stole a base, and scored on a wild pitch in the 10th. Ross Detweiler is the Nationals' 8th pitcher of the night. The Mets have used 7.
Well, it's a big out right now, obviously, but Scott Hairston's eaten up lefties all season long.
0-2.
You see the numbers right there, 350, 6 home runs, 16 RBIs.
Just had a birthday on May 25th. He's 32, 244 career hitter in his 9th year. And the Detweiler breaking ball is low. That is low and away, 3-2.
Well, if you go challenge fastball here in a 3-2 count, you got to locate it, and the place to locate it is away. Hairston, a dead pull hitter with a lot of pop.
Breaking ball, pulled to left. A lot of pop, and the Mets have the lead 6-5. And Hairston has scored 3 runs in 3 at-bats tonight.
He went with a 3-2 curveball right here. Not a bad pitch, and Spotty wanted it. You see Flores reaching down there, but Hairston, a good low ball hitter, a pull hitter who's killed lefties all season long, gets a pitch out over the plate. You come into a game in the 8th inning, and you think, oh, I'm going to have 1 at-bat, but how about Hairston? 3 runs tonight, walk, single, homer.
Andres Torres will be next, 1 for 5. He had the big hit of the game back in the 8th inning to put the Mets on top, a 2-run double. So Scott Hairston with his 8th home run of the year, the 83rd of his big league career in 9 years. Off the hands of Torres. Out of play. Winner of this game alone in first place at the end of the night. Marlins have lost. The Nationals have stranded 11 runners. They will have Morse, Desmond, Espinoza, bottom of the 12th. Just couldn't get that 2-out hit in the 10th. After the Mets had gone Christmas in June with their gloves. 2-2 pitch. Well off the plate.
Well, they tied it up in the 8th with an Ian Desmond double. And they tied it up in the 10th. So the way I'm looking at it is they're digging even numbered innings.
Three-two. And Detweiler walks Torres.
Well, it's important for Ross Detweiler here to regroup. Yeah, you gave up the home run, you gave up the lead. But now you walk Andres Torres, and here comes David Wright. And you keep it at 6-5, you never know. This game's far from over.
David Wright on base 3 more times tonight, adding to his .464 on base percentage. He has to get on 3 out of every 5 times for it to go up. That's how good he's going. A single, a homer, a walk.
And Andres Torres is a guy, especially with a 1-run lead, he'll take a shot. Meaning he'll guess and go against a lefty. Go first move and try to steal the base.
Detweiler pretty quick on the slide step there for a strike. Off the glove of Jesus Flores.
Flores not happy with that one. You saw him spike the ball and throw it away right there after he got it.
Yeah, it'll be a pass ball. David Wright will move him to the right side. Nicely done. Third base for Torres with one out.
You know, watching the Mets play tonight, watching them play earlier in the season, they do a lot of the little things right. You know, they don't miss on getting runners over. They don't miss on getting runners in. You know, they don't wow you with their stats, but they do all the little things right to put runs across the plate.
Elvin Ramirez, first career at bat.
And I don't think David Wright was moving the runner for Elvin Ramirez.
Yeah, now that we think about it.
Now that my scorecard's a mess and I didn't know he was coming up.
And David Wright, such an accomplished opposite field hitter. Just trying to drive the ball over there.
But the point still stands. They've done all the little things right tonight on offense. Execution, situational hitting.
Hey, Torres can run. You never know when this guy might just square around and try something. Not now. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
If we really want to go ambush with the squeeze, it'd be right here, but I don't think Terry Collins is putting it on.
Two outs. As a Mets fan, I'd rather see 3 bunts foul than what I just saw.
You never know, right? Put the ball down, put it in play.
Here's Daniel Murphy. He'll drive it left field way. Michael Morse over. Can't reach it, but it's foul. Ball severely tailing away from him.
That's where he went to strike out Murphy last time. That fastball down and in from Detweiler. He tried to go back to the well. Morse, Desmond, Espinosa coming up at the bottom of the 12th. Maybe the Beast checks in with his first jack. The Mets dugout screaming balk right now. Mark Wegner said, I called timeout. Time is out. But they were all on the top step yelling, balk.
Right on the hands and a one-hop pick by Adam LaRoche. So for the Nats, Michael Morse in a 1-run game, followed by Ian Desmond and Danny Espinosa. 4-hour affair. And the Nats have 3 outs with which to work. And their 5, 6, and 7 hitters coming up. Elvin Ramirez.
Well, the key to the comeback in the 8th was getting the leadoff guy on. The key to the comeback in the 10th was getting the leadoff guy on.
Michael Morse tonight, 1 for 4, a double, a walk, and ahead in the count here. And a good take, 2-0.
And they're looking for something to drive right here, and it's pretty obvious Ramirez working him away. If you're Michael Morse, you're sitting dead red right here, looking for something out over the plate that you can drive.
And the Mets haven't exactly done a great job of putting away the Nats so far tonight. Morris went after a 2-0 pitch. It appeared to be out of the zone, and it'll be out of play.
Now, we saw him last year, though, hit a number of home runs out of his 31 that weren't strikes. Balls up in the zone that he got on top of and backspin out of here.
Three and one. Michael Morse will drive this ball deep to right, and it will bang off the scoreboard. Lead-off double, his second extra base hit of the night.
There's a helmet tap we've been waiting for right there. Lead-off double from Michael Morse, and the beast is back. We said it last time. The last thing to come is the strike zone. He walked last time, took some tough sliders on the black. This time gets himself into a 3-1 count, and maybe ball 4, but so what? You got that kind of pop, let it go. Great swing, great extension. Look at the head down, and that just missed. Getting out of here and tying this ball game up. A couple more feet and that's a bomb. Look back to the bench, give a little spotlight. Nice job.
Ian Desmond. David Wright and Ike Davis even with their bags. Davey Johnson can play this a couple of different ways. If he moves the runner over, Danny Espinosa has to be a contact guy.
I don't think Ian Desmond's thinking about moving himself over, too, to home.
I like it.
Maybe the other way.
He pulls it, and that's in the left field corner. This game will be tied, and Desmond goes to scoring position. A 3 RBI night for Ian Desmond.
Nobody wants to give up in this baseball game. I feel bad for the people that left this ballpark right now, and a lot of them have. How clutch has Ian Desmond been all season long, and he wasn't trying to move Michael Morse. He was thinking, I'm going to hit the ball hard somewhere. David Wright playing a little bit shallow, thinking bunt right there. Sneaks it by him. Morse is pumped up. Desmond's pumped up. And, folks, we've seen it all year long. These guys won't go away.
Now we'll see if Danny Espinosa is bunting because it's the winning run now. All the pressure's on the Mets suddenly. And Danny, a good bunter who could also turn it into a hit. if they have a glitch on defense. He's swinging. Pops it up. Desmond is acting like he wants to tag. Now he's going to go back. Well, the other thing is, if you don't bunt, you've got 3 shots to drive him in. The only problem is there's nobody to bat for the pitcher. Well, you could go Maldonado or Solano down there, but then who pitches? So Ross Detweiler walks to the on-deck circle. Who pitches if you don't win the game? Right here.
And maybe that's why Danny Espinosa flew out to left field right there. But in that situation, you're trying to pull the baseball to advance the runner. Obviously, Terry Collins probably would have walked Jesus Flores and moved the game to Ross Detweiler, and that's why Davey Johnson didn't bunt. But if that's Scott Hairston in left field, Ian Desmond makes it. Latino had a good arm right there and a good throw.
Jesus Flores 1 for 4 with a walk. Infield hit last time up. Off the glove of Tolley, stays close enough.
And if you're thinking, why isn't Terry Collins walking Jesus Flores right here? Well, if you put him on, then it gives Ross Detweiler a chance to bunt 2 guys into scoring position. If you go after Flores and get him out, now you're sitting pretty, 2 outs with the pitcher hitting.
Yeah, and if he can bunt those runners over, maybe then you can't throw a breaking ball to Xavier Nady. You bounce one, game's over, you lose. That ball right through the catcher.
Now I think you have to walk him.
Now they got to walk Jesus Flores. 96 miles an hour looked like a catchable pitch. Probable pass ball on Josh Tolley. In games like this, catching every pitch for 4 hours. Here comes Collins.
But do you pinch hit for Ross Detweiler right here and put a starter in if this game goes farther?
Well, you've got 2 catchers, but then who pitches if things don't work out?
Somebody. Worry about that later.
Jim Millette.
Put all your chips on the table. Go all in. You got Solano on the bench. Maldonado, right?
But who pitches? So we'd be shocked if they don't go ahead and walk Flores here.
And they're gonna.
Well, it sets up the double play.
There's a lot of heads turning in the dugout right now. I just saw Detweiler look in there, Randy Knorr look down in there, and Solano's putting his gloves on. And wouldn't this be something?
Talk about rolling the dice.
All in, baby. Wow.
How about that?
Wow.
Now, if the Mets give that one away, Santa Claus will be throwing out the first pitch tomorrow night.
Unbelievable. Great play by Tolley right there. Are you kidding me?
Some guys have the yips.
Watch this.
Essentially walking.
Get up. Wow, what a play.
3-1 now, ball 4. Oh, man.
Josh Tolley's got some hops, folks. Check this out. Exmo, gear on.
Wow.
Look at Mark Wagner looking for the ball to the screen. He can only hope.
Jesus Flores has never looked up to another catcher like he did right there.
Wow.
So here's Ross Detweiler at the plate this year. Detweiler is 0 for 13 with 2 sacrifice bunts.
Well, if the theme for Nats hitters, pitchers hitting continues right here, this game's over. So the infield's in. They're not going to turn the double play. So this is where you let them swing away, but they're going to bunt him.
And Flores to go right to second here.
Or maybe you just take out of a bunt stance and make him throw a strike.
The other thing is, you can't send Flores to second. What if Detweiler pops up the bunt? Then the inning's over.
Well,
so you got to be careful.
He just takes it.
Yeah. 1 ball, no strikes.
I would take a strike out of a bunt stance right here. That was almost a balk.
I mean, David Wright looks like a linebacker calling out defenses here. He's talking to everybody, pointing all over the place. Ball 2, and Flores does go to second base.
I think right now Bo Porter is going to talk to Ross Detweiler. You can't give up an out right here. I mean, he's got to swing away, but he's got to take a strike. The pressure's on Ramirez right now.
Sure.
He's nowhere near the strike zone. He's almost thrown the ball away and lost this baseball game. Right now, folks, his head is spinning. And if you're Ross Detweiler and the Nationals, you have to take a strike right here. And then it's game on. But make him throw a strike.
Yeah, no reason to bunt anymore. The right fielder, Scott Hairston, is maybe 50 feet beyond the infield. 2 balls, no strikes. Oh, man, Detweiler just stabbed at a ball that was nowhere near the strike zone.
He's not going to throw a strike.
That could have easily been 3-0. You've got to take what the game gives you here.
But the game is trying to give you the game.
He's got to swing now. The odds of lining into a double play are very small with fielders playing in front of the runners.
I'm just a little confused that they didn't make Ramirez throw a strike.
Yeah. 1-2-0.
That's ball 4 right there.
Desmond came tearing down the line, trying to force Ramirez into a balk. Xavier Nady at the top of the order is on deck. 5-6-6, bottom of the 12th. First and third, 1 out. He walked in anyway. What did he throw? Like 7 balls in that at bat, and the bases are loaded.
Xavier Nady, a veteran hitter, saw that on deck. He's looking for a center cut fastball right here. Something he can drive, but he's also got to be patiently aggressive because the wheels are off for Ramirez. Terry Collins has no other option right here. He's feeling the heat. And the crowd that's left is making a lot of noise.
You have to win this game now, finding a way. Xavier Nady walked his first time up as a pinch hitter, actually coming into play right field.
Well, I'd love to have been a fly on the wall in that dugout. Ross Detweiler was standing on deck circle and Solano was putting his batting gloves on.
In the dirt, and Josh Tolley keeps the game going.
David Wright's a coach on the field. You called it, Carp. He's directing traffic, telling guys where to stand, moving outfielders, moving in fight fielders. As he should. He's the captain.
Nady ahead in the count. And he saw a fastball up, trying to hit it into the outfield. The Mets have had the lead numerous times in the late innings. The Nats have come battling back with a little bit of help every time. Nady takes a fastball high in the zone, evidently. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
And pitch track is a high strike zone. I think this is a ball. I don't care what the box says. Anytime you see a catcher catch it up around his eyes, it's not a strike.
Wow.
Well, now you got to fight.
In the dirt, smothered by Josh Tolley again. Desmond getting a good secondary lead every pitch here. In case one of these gets 15, 20 feet away.
These division games have been something so far, haven't they?
Yes, they have. And that's inside the division are 12-7. The Mets are 15-9.
Unbelievable. Just dogfights every night.
Two-two pitch. Ball 3.
Well, why wouldn't it come down to a 3-2 count with the bases loaded in the bottom of the 12th?
I can't think of a single reason why it wouldn't.
Goodness.
And a 3-2 with one out. Nady, right side, force it home. 3-2 on the fielder's choice, and it'll be up to Bryce Harper.
Why wouldn't it come down to Bryce Harper in the bottom of the 12th with the bases loaded?
Well, Bryce, just as opposed to the last time he was up there, just needs to get himself under control here. He took 2 wild swings last time. If he takes his normal at bat that we've seen from him 95% of the time this year, he'll be just fine. 1 for 6 tonight with an RBI single opposite field back in the 3rd inning. Keep throwing fastballs off the plate away.
I want to say it was Mujica in Florida when Bryce Harper had that big at-bat when all of a sudden he was walking everybody and he came up and swung at 3 pitches.
Yeah.
Similar situation tonight. I think it was Cishik.
That is strike 2.
Well, Bryce didn't like the call, but now he's got to throw that away. He's got a big pitch left, a big strike left in this at-bat.
The Nats have already stranded 11 runners tonight. That ball is hit hard, and that's a game winner. Bryce Harper. The Nats win it 7-6. And Harper with his second opposite field RBI single of the night.
If you want to win your division and you play this long, you have to win these games. You have to find a way to win these games. And just another clutch hit from Bryce Harper, the first of many walk-off knocks. They go to 17-9 at home, 13-7 in their division, and more importantly, folks, they stay in first place. What a ball game. Maybe not the cleanest game ever, but a classic. Unbelievable night here at the ballpark. And it's ended by the 19-year-old phenom with a base hit to left field. Wow, great stuff.
Well, you make a teenager stay up late, something good will happen, right?
You hope so. It did tonight for sure.
So the Nats win it 7-6. They're alone in first place in the National League East. And Christina is downstairs with Bryce Harper. Go ahead.
Bryce, your first walk-off knock. What did it feel like?
Oh, man, that was incredible. You know, it was a great team effort tonight. You know, Detweiler came in, carved. And, you know, it was just a great experience, and that was awesome. I loved it.
This was just a battle of wills. Neither team was going. Sorry. Guys, what is that, water? It's not even Gatorade. Neither team was going down without a fight tonight.
Yeah, everybody played well, and, you know, thankfully we got out on top, and, you know, big win for us, especially going in a tight race like that, and, you know, it's just great being out here.
This just kind of reaffirms what a dogfight this division is going to be all season long, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, every team plays it well. Every team plays it good. You know, everybody has a great pitching staff. And, you know, it's just a great experience coming out here and winning that game tonight.
Multiple times tonight you had the opportunity to make it happen, and you finally got it done. How confident were you were getting it done this inning?
Pretty confident. You know, I think baseball gods helped me out a little bit there. You know, they helped me out a lot, and, you know, just trying to get something I could drive over the middle or something like that and win the ball game. So,
thank you so much. Congratulations.
Well, the legend of Bryce Harper is alive and well and growing by the day here in Washington, D.C. The Nats win it for FP and Christina. Bob Carpenter. Hope you enjoyed 4 hours and 15 minutes of baseball. Tomorrow night, the Nats and Mets meet again. Edwin Jackson and Jeremy Hefner. This has been a Masson presentation. Nats Extra tomorrow night, 6:30. And how about some more right now? Brought to you by W.B. Mason. Ray Knight back with Johnny Holiday here at the ballpark and from the booth. See you later.